but it's fine. Okay. Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. You know, we are born before technology, our ETT, so it is difficult to adjust this technological equipment. Good morning, everyone. It is, I want to stand on the already engaged protocol, lest I destroy it. So I just want to speak on that one. So I don't want to disrupt the hierarchy. But Prof. O.S. Sibanda, our Executive Dean of Faculty of Management and Law, it is my utmost joy to stand here today on the third day of our Faculty of Management Research Day, where we had our Deputy Chief Justice and Mlambo and Her Majesty Queen Neomupedi delivering inspiring delivery. And it is important that we acknowledge that having a practitioner or a person that traversed the direction or the road that our students are entering in is quite important in our university, so that students are able to notice that it is possible, that they are able to, whatever their dreams are, they will be able to achieve them. In the past 2 days, we had presentation from students engaging issues of governance, good governance, which are at the core of our public administration and core of how our country needs to be run. Issues of climate change, issues of that affect South Africa, and issues of artificial intelligence. As we know that now we are entering a digital era where artificial intelligence actually is the one that is actually shaping how we do things. So we're saying that this is very important, and this demonstrates that our students are able to probe issues that are of significance, and we really, really acknowledge that. The solutions that our university pride ourselves on trying to find solutions from Africa are crafted here by our students. So this is the conceptualization of our motto of the University of Limpopo, finding solutions of Africa. So I'm saying that when we are starting today, remember that you are the one that is responsible for contributing to the solutions that our country needs to be solved, or solving the challenges that our country continue to have. So on this third day of our conference, we are saying we wish you an intellectually stimulating event, and knowing that our students are the ones that are going to pioneer the aspiration that our university is trying to achieve. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mokoele, for those inspiring words. We are now ready to proceed to the breakaway rooms as we did in the previous 2 days. Thanks, now I don't have to stand on my toes anymore. Just a quick interruption. Here's an announcement. There's a car that has a window that is wide open. The registration number is DTC 075L, a white C-class. So DTC 075L, your window is open. All right, so now all the presenters and assessors will move to those who need to move to the next room will go there. I wish all the presenters the very best with your presentations. And I want to encourage all of the others to ask questions and give comments and assist the presenters in developing their research. With that, I wish everyone a very productive third research day. Thank you. Let's proceed. So those of you who need to go to the next room, you can do that. Please do that. The chair for this session, Professor Mongale, are you here? And then the chair for the other session, Professor Achidi, should go that side. On, and when the moment he arrives, he'll take over so that we don't waste time. Okay, so we're going to skip the first two presenters, and then we're going to Matladi, a doctoral student. Please, can you come forward and do your presentation? Is it 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions? I know. So just to confirm, you have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions, and I will indicate when your time is up.
Mucho, 'no? 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 ' Amabel, before sepela ke make sure dilo tse di tsamaya ka botse. Yeah, sure. Oh, something like untis palil. Yeah, sure. I can start. Good morning. My name is Leah Raisbe Matladi, a doctoral student under the Department of Development Planning and Management. I'll be presenting my paper titled Monitoring and Evaluation as a Tool for Prevention of Road Infrastructure in the rural areas of Polokwane Local Municipality. My study is motivated by the persistent poor condition of road infrastructure in rural areas, despite the fact that there is an importance of monitoring and evaluation in ensuring quality service delivery. Evaluation is treated as a formality to provide funds rather than a tool for improving project performance. Rural roads experience potholes, drainage, poor drainage, water damage, and early deterioration. Therefore, this paper seeks to assess the effectiveness of monitoring and evaluation in enhancing the quality and sustainability of road infrastructure in rural areas of Polokwane Local Municipality. Moving to my introduction, project has always been used as an approach to provide services such as road, clinics, water, and sanitation. The effective provision of these services requires a continuous monitoring and evaluation for an improved and successful implementation and quality services. Proper monitoring has the potential to improve and maintain the quality of road infrastructure. Currently, local and municipal, including the provincial roads, are plagued by potholes attributing to running water, climate change, and high temperature. In some cases, the tar on the local and municipal road are washed away when there are heavy rains and creating challenges for vehicles. Literature has found that monitoring and evaluation are interrelated aspect of project management cycle and essential for promoting project sustainability as well as achieving high quality results. This was said by Mubungazi 2019. The process of monitoring encompasses vital aspects of project implementation such as reporting, budget, keeping records, and review of project outcomes. According to Njama 2015, this aspect are routinely checked or tracked with an aim of ensuring that project is implemented as planned. The roles of monitoring and evaluation include the importance of following the processes of monitoring and evaluation, which have a specific aspect, including the reporting, quality assurance, and outcomes. The study is grounded by the theory of change, wherein it adopted the component of the outcomes. It advises the project managers to know when and where to plan for the project for the prepared outcomes. The study or the paper employed the normative research design. Under the normative research design, it employed the exploratory research design. This is a qualitative study wherein the several departments under the municipality, which includes the Department of Strategic Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, and Department of Planning and Economic Management, the Department of Road and Transport, and Public Works, as well as ward committees and ward councillors. The study employed the purposive sampling, and it collected primary data using different interview schedules and collected secondary data from literature review. It used thematic analysis to analyze the data and Vivo software to transcribe data from recordings to Word. The paper found 5 themes during data collection, which includes the use of contractors, management of municipal road in rural areas, strategic planning for the quality delivery of roads, lack of road planning, and the capacitated workforce. Due to time, I'll be focusing on the first 2 themes, wherein participants revealed that during the road construction, the municipality hire fixed term contractors which assist the municipality to construct the road. And again, the municipality saw a need to include their internal team due to lack of capacity so as to finish the project on time. They also send group leaders who are going to make sure that monitoring and evaluation is done efficiently and that the contractors are following the scope of the project, which is constructing the roads. Moving to the second theme, participant 3 revealed that it is very difficult to follow the system of road rehabilitation and pothole repairs. The councillor informed us that the municipality has no connection to our roads. This is a current situation of road in Ward 27. As you can see on my left, the road is deteriorating and there are levels of patches, meaning that they always patch. You can even think of the smoothness of the road. While on my right, I have a road with potholes filled with water. These findings revealed that Polokwane local municipality, especially in Ward 27, it has several challenges and gaps in the system of monitoring and evaluation. While Polokwane municipality has a structured approach to road construction with experienced contractors and internal teams involved to ensure quality, significant shortcomings arise after the construction phase. Although monitoring processes during the construction are in place, the follow-up and maintenance once the road are completed are inadequate. Participants also reported that there are delays in addressing road issues such as potholes, often requiring the community members to report problems to their councillor with responses which takes weeks. Again, it also suggests that there's a need to strengthen the post-project evaluation and improve coordination between the municipality and the Department of Public Works, and also increase community and ward committee participation. Addressing these issues or addressing these challenges would improve the quality and sustainability of road infrastructure, strengthen service delivery, and build trust between the municipality and rural community. In conclusion, the study reveals that effective monitoring and evaluation are crucial for the successful provision and maintenance of municipal roads. Collaboration between various departments, particularly Department of Road and Transport and the Department of Strategic Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation team plays a significant role in ensuring that they allocate resources effectively and that there is high quality roads that are delivered. However, challenges such as inadequate involvement in municipal meetings, limited workforce, budget, implementing and planned project, and the pressure of the community determine demands complicate the process. Overall, these findings highlight that there's a need for an improved communication, enhanced community engagement, and a more integrated approach to budgeting and resource allocation to ensure the effective management of road infrastructure in rural areas. The study recommends that there's a need to encourage accountability, wherein the roles of the municipal workers are clearly explained so as to give feedback to the community. And also there's a need to strengthen digital monitoring tool The municipality should adopt the GIS-based infrastructure monitoring system to digitally map and track municipal road condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matladi. Now we have time for questions. I'll allow 3 questions and then you can answer it and then we carry on. There's one, I acknowledge you. Another one, with the white shirt, I acknowledge you. And there at the students, the one with, yes, you can ask a 3rd question. Okay, you can start.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Matladi. How far are you with your study? You submitted for examination?
Oh, should I? Yes, I've submitted.
Ish.
Actually, this is part of my master's dissertation. I'm still working.
Masters?
Yes.
Why does it say doctoral?
I'm a doctoral student, but this study is from my dissertation. Yeah, master's.
Then no question. Thank you. Because I was concerned if this was a doctoral.
No, this is not a doc.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Natasha Mkhala. I am currently a 3rd year law student, and I'm also the chairperson of School of Law. So my question is that your research says poor monitoring and evaluation leads to poor roads, but could the bigger problem be the lack of accountability where the municipalities do not act on the problems identified through monitoring and evaluation? So I wanted to know, how does your research address this in terms of my question? Thank you.
Sorry, can...
Can you please repeat that question?
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, so my question goes as follows. Your research says poor monitoring and evaluation leads to poor roads, but could the bigger problem be the lack of accountability when municipalities do not act on the problems identified through monitoring and evaluation? How does your research address this?
Thank you. We'll get 2 other questions and then you can answer all 3 of them. So that was number 1. Yes, here.
Number 1.
You were 2nd. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Baloy NG, Masters of Public Administration. I heard you spoke about the issue of road infrastructure, but slightly concerned. I think maybe your study localized too much in Polokwane municipality, unless if I might have lost the point. But I think maybe you should also add the issue of road infrastructure in South Africa, generalizing it, then going down. That's where you can also localize your study. And the other thing is the issue of corruption in the municipalities. I maybe might have also missed that point. Can you also clarify on how can you deal with the issue of corruption, because there is an issue of corruption in terms of infrastructures and road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A 3rd question. Yes, over there, sir, with a black shirt.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to the House at large. So, in your research, right, I might have missed this particular factor, right? But in your research, you talked about key performance indicators, if I'm not mistaken, right? Can you please outline some of these key performance indicators that we can use and how we can apply them effectively within our municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you. You can answer all 3 questions now. And thank you to the persons asking the questions, being short and, not elaborating too much. Thanks.
Thank you for the questions. For the guy who mentioned me localizing the study was specifically based in WAT 27. So I didn't see any need to generalize because I had a specific research area. And the guy mentioning the fact, you said performance indicators. I did not really mention performance indicators, but I mentioned the key aspect which are needed during the process of monitoring and evaluation, and those are reporting quality assurance and outcomes. They are the ones which are suitable for my study. The lady talking about accountability, remember during project, the municipality ensure that they hire people who are well skilled in the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, wherein they make sure that there is a criteria where they tick or they check if you are creditable to build the road. So, that question is, I don't really remember the content of it, so that's why I'm all over the place, but we will discuss it during tea break.
Thank you very much. Her time is up now. Thank you so much for your presentation. So the next person is a master student, Letwaba.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matlhatsi Paul Letoba, and I'm a first-year master student in the Department of Economics and Management. Today, I'll be presenting my research paper titled The Impact of Energy Supply and Manufacturing Output on the Economic Growth in South Africa. In simple terms, my study looks at whether having a reliable electricity and a strong manufacturing sector can help South African economy to grow. Introduction and background. To explain the relationship simply, electricity is needed for many economic activities. For example, factories need electricity to operate machines and produce goods. When electricity supply is unreliable, production may stop or decreases. At the same time, a strong manufacturing sector can create jobs, increase production, and contribute to the economic growth. Therefore, these three areas are connected. Reliable energy supports manufacturing, and a strong manufacturing can contribute to economic growth. This is why it is important to study energy supply and manufacturing sector together rather than looking at them separately. The problem statement. The problem is that South Africa continues to experience a low and unstable economic growth. At the same time, the country has faced electricity challenges, including load shedding, limited generation capacity, and aging infrastructures. The electricity problems affect businesses, especially industries that depends heavily on energy. Manufacturing sector has also experienced a weak performance. Although previous studies has looked at the relationship between energy and economic growth, and others has looked at manufacturing and economic growth, fewer studies have investigated the joint relationship between these variables in one framework. Therefore, this study aims to address this gap. research aims and objectives. The aim of the study is to investigate the relationship between energy supply, manufacturing output, and economic growth in South Africa. The objectives are as follows: to examine the impact of energy supply on economic growth in South Africa, to determine the effects of manufacturing output on economic growth in South Africa, to assess the direction of causality between energy supply, manufacturing output, and economic growth in South Africa. And the research questions are derived from the objectives. Definitions of key concepts. Firstly, energy supply refers to the availability and reliability of electricity and other energy used in production and economic activities. In this study, energy supply is represented by electricity. Secondly, manufacturing output refers to the value of goods produced by manufacturing sector. Example includes food production, vehicles, machinery, and others. Lastly, the economic growth refers to an increase in production of goods and services in economy over time. Literature review. Firstly, I'll start with my theoretical literature. My study is supported by three main theories. The first theory is neoclassical growth theory. This theory explains that economic growth depends on factors such as capital, labor, and technology. In this study, energy is important because workers and machinery cannot be fully productive without reliable electricity. The second theory is endogenous growth theory. This theory emphasizes the importance of investment, infrastructure, and innovation. Therefore, investment in the energy infrastructure and manufacturing can support long-term economic growth. The third theory is the energy-led growth hypothesis theory. This theory argues that sufficient and reliable energy is necessary for economic activities and production. We'll move to the empirical literature. Previous studies generally showed that reliable electricity and manufacturing activities can positively contribute to the economic growth. However, there is a limited research that examines energy supply and manufacturing output together in one model for South Africa. The research methodology. For this study, quantitative research approach is used because the study uses annual secondary term series data covering the period from 1993 to 2024. The data was obtained from the World Bank and the South African, The data was obtained from the World Bank and the South African Reserve Bank online databases, and the functional form and the estimatable model is as presented on the slide. These are the following estimation techniques that I'm going to use to test for results. Before estimating this model, I first conducted the unit root test using augmented Dickey-Fuller and Phillips-Perron. The purpose of this test was to check whether the data was stable and suitable for time series analysis. The series shown that the variable were stationary at level and others were stationary after first differencing. Therefore, the results confirms that the ARDL method was appropriate for this study. The next step was to test whether there is a long-run relationship between the variables. The RDL bounds test produced an F statistics that is higher than the 5% critical value. In simple terms, the relationship between the variable is not only temporary, but there is evidence of a long-term connection or relationship. The slide presented is the main findings of the study. The result shows that the energy supply has a positive and significant relationship with the economic growth. This means that the reliable electricity can support businesses and production and overall economic growth. Manufacturing output has also a positive relationship with the economic growth. This highlights the importance of manufacturing in supporting production and industrial development. Finally, the error correction results shown that about 74% of short-term imbalances are corrected within one period, meaning that the economy adjusts quickly towards its equilibrium. Then I did the diagnostic testing where I conduct to check whether the model is reliable. The results showed no serial correlation, no heteroscedasticity, and the residuals were normally distributed. And I also conducted a COSUM and COSUM of square stability test, and I found that the relationship estimated by the model remains reasonably stable over the period of the study. Conclusion. To conclude, this study found a long-run relationship between energy supply, manufacturing output, and economic growth in South Africa. The main finding is that reliable energy supply significantly supports economic growth, while manufacturing also has a positive, although weaker, effect. Overall, improving energy supply and strengthening the manufacturing sector are important for sustainable economic growth in South Africa. The study recommends, firstly, South Africa should strengthen the electricity generation and improve reliability of electricity grids. Secondly, more investment should be directed towards energy infrastructures, including generation, transmission, and distribution. Thirdly, the government should continue supporting the manufacturing sector through improving infrastructure, low production and logistic costs, investments, and technology. The study also recommends better coordination between energy and industrial policies because the results show that energy supply and manufacturing are closely connected. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledwaba. Okay, time for questions. We'll give 3. We'll start on this side, sir. You can use you number 1, there, number 2, and another one, number 3. Okay.
Greetings. Great study. Fortunate Maponya, Department of Development Planning and Management. Right now, there's a paradigm shift in terms of transitioning from coal to renewable energy as part of the Just Energy partnership with the European Union, United Kingdom, South Africa, and others. So many scholars are arguing that the transition from coal to renewable energy will have negative implications on South African industries. And right now, they are already facing carbon taxes for not using a much environmentally friendly means. So my question is, in your opinion, how will the Just Energy transition affect industrial productivity in the South African context? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 2.
Greetings. My name is Molebatsi Lucas, a law student. My question is straightforward. How can we get reliable electricity which is cost effective? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 3.
Gumani Ramaveya from the School of Accounting. So there are other variables that can impact manufacturing output and economic growth. So I was hoping that you were going to highlight control variables on your study because we cannot just assume that there's a direct relationship. So maybe just highlight the other controlling variables. Thanks.
Thank you for the questions. So, to start off with your question, my opinion is that since now it will be expensive to move from the coal way to making electricity to the renewable, it will cost companies a lot of money. So I think it will affect the economy badly in the short run because they have to spend a lot to move from coal electricity to renewable energy. And that will also affect the government because the government, remember, taxes these companies. So the reason I think the reason they are discouraging them to move is because of the losses that they're going to make, and meaning they're going to have to tax the companies less amounts. And to answer you at the back, the cost-effective energy. Okay, within my research, I was trying to figure that out. So I found that a lot of young people are coming up with ideas, just they don't have funding for those ideas. Like someone I saw came up with using magnets to create electricity using a windmill, not relying on wind. So my advice to the government is to invest in those kind of projects so that we can have cost-effective energy in our economy. And to answer the last question, I do have control variables in my study, just that I was focusing on the ones that are on my topic because of the time I was allowed. The time I was given was short to explain all the control variables. But I do have control variables that impact the economic growth and the manufacturing sector, even the energy supply sector. Thank you.
Thank you. We have.
No, we've got time for one more question.
He can't go yet. We've got time for one more question. On that area, there was, and thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much once more. So, in your study, right, I believe you touched on how energy supply and manufacturing output affects economic growth, right? My question is simple and straightforward. Don't you think that economic growth also influences, in a way, right? In order to have proper energy supply and proper manufacturing output, don't you think economic growth needs to improve first, in a way?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. To answer your question, remember the economic growth is affected by a lot of variables. So my study is mainly focusing on those two variables affecting the economic growth, which is my Y variable is economic growth, meaning it's a dependent variable to the X variables, which are energy supply and manufacturing out in our economics. So I can't really comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter is Mashishi. And while that person is coming up, I just want to confirm this is room 1 and that one is room 2. Some of the presenters were not in the right room. Room 1 is where we are now. Good morning.
Move down here. Okay. Right, greetings to the house at large. Standing before you is Ms. N.P. Mashishi, a second-year master's student in economics. And today I'll be presenting about the relationship between foreign direct investment and economic growth. Does the foreign direct investment drive the gross domestic product per capita growth in South Africa? Well, that's what you're going to find out today. Ladies and gentlemen, my motivation stems from the South Africa's paradoxical position as the continent's largest foreign direct investment recipient, yet still grappling with persistent sluggish per capita growth, high unemployment, and extreme inequality. A disconnect that challenges the conventional economic assumptions. I'm particularly driven by the policy relevance of this research as understanding if the foreign direct investment truly drives the gross domestic product per capita in South Africa, and under what institutional conditions can inform evidence-based decision on whether we should prioritize the foreign direct investment attractions or we should prioritize governance reforms or domestic investment promotions. Additionally, my personal interest in the sustainable development combined with gross domestic product per capita growth in South Africa has been found to be positive, with causality being having various causal patterns across regions. We have explored the bidirectional causality in the global level and also in Asia, the unidirectional causality in the American studies, and non-directional causality in the Europe studies. With some finding a positive unidirectional causality running from the foreign direct investment to the GDP per capita growth in Tanzania. Now, moving to the methodology of the study, we have utilized the annual series data spanning from 1994 to 2025 obtained from the World Bank database. The functional form as the gross domestic product per capita growth as the function of foreign direct investment, and the three control variables to make sure that our results be consistent regardless of what we have taken in. We also have the error term to also accommodate for the variables that we did not factor in the study, though holding all other things constant, which is the ceteris paribus that we adopt in the study. Well, the model techniques applied, we have the dynamic ordinary least squares, which we call the Dawes framework. We employed it using the EViews 14 student vision, and we ran the test unit root test, co-integration, which is the long run relationship, and the causality test. Well, in our unit root test, we found that only the trade balance and also the gross capital formation were found to be stationary at first level, whereas were found to be stationary at first difference, whereas the others were found to be stationary at level, meaning that we have two integration levels which are different. That calls us to employ the Dawes framework. Now, the Granger causality have confirmed that there is a unidirectional causality from the GDP per capita growth to the foreign direct investment, whereas we expected that the foreign direct investment will be the one having a unidirectional causality to the GDP per capita growth in South Africa. But the evidence that we are providing here, it says the relationship runs from the gross domestic product going to the FDI, right? Then now in the long run relationship, ladies and gentlemen, I won't be touching much on the control variables, as the main focus of this study was to check the relationship between the foreign direct investment and the gross domestic capital, the gross domestic per capita growth in South Africa. Now, coming to the long run relationship, we have found that the foreign direct investment positively drive the GDP per capita growth in South Africa with a 1% increase theory adopted in the study. Now, coming to the conclusion of the study, ladies and gentlemen, the question that I asked when studying this presentation was to say, does the foreign direct investment drive the GDP per capita growth in South Africa? Ladies and gentlemen, my study concludes that it does drive it. When you hear this question, please cite me to say Mashishi have found evidence that the foreign direct investment does drive the GDP per capita positively with approximately 0.30%. The Granger causality also revealed that the GDP per capita growth Granger caused the foreign direct investment, confirming that the foreign direct investment is largely growth following phenomenal, with benefits realized indirectly through the trade openness, which was our results were stable. A comprehensive growth strategy combining the foreign direct investment attraction, trade integration, domestic investment promotion and also low inflation is essential for sustained improvements in living standards, with future research needed on the foreign direct investment sector composition and also institutional quality moderation role. Ladies and gentlemen, on the motivation, I have stated that this study will help us to decide or give the evidence-based decisions on whether we should prioritize either the foreign direct investment attractions, domestic investment, or rather the government reforms. I recommend that should we focus on the foreign direct investment, the policymakers should deepen trade international development plan on 30% GDP target by improving business confidence, regulatory certainty, and public infrastructure spending, given that the gross capital formation exert the largest growth, and also maintaining credible inflation targeting alongside skills development and technology transfer mechanism. It is also critical as inflation capital growth in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this wrap up the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got time for questions. Please put up your hands. We'll do 3 again. One there. One, you, this is number 2. And you, number 3. Thank you very much. Number 1, you can start, sir.
Greetings again, Lucas Molebat. My question is, do profits from foreign-owned business in South Africa stay in local economy, or are they mostly sent back to foreign investors? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Morongwa from School of Law. My question is, based on your findings, what specific rules or policies should South Africa adopt in order to ensure that the FDI translates into a broader economic growth for our country?
Number 3. And thank you for Ms. Ledwaba for running around all the time.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask, since you used neoclassical growth studies, right? So since the study itself tends to dictate that capital accumulation would only increase GDP per capita during the transitional phase towards a steady state. And in your findings, you found that the FDI has directly, or it has grown positively in South Africa. So I wanted to know, do your results only reflect something which is temporary, or are you arguing that the FDI has permanently raised South Africa's steady state growth rate?
Thank you. The third question is... Oh, you've already done yours. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the questions. I'll start with the last question. My study has adopted the neoclassical theory in terms of the foreign direct investment inflows. Right, so the integration results presented here, they mean the long-term relationship. It talks about the long-term relationship, which can change after 5 years or even 1 year, because the short term we are talking about the monthly, then the medium we normally talk about quarterly, then the long run we mean like a relationship within a year, within like 2 years, within 5 years, irregardless. So they are not temporary, but however, they are in the long run. And also remember that the economic growth is not only affected by the FDI. We are holding all other things constant, because like right now, if I were to talk about the University of Limpopo, I will specifically focus on the Faculty of Management and Law and not include the other faculties that I do not know or have evidence based on conclusions to state that it will be permanent, or it will forever hold like that, to say it will contribute to 0.30%. Then with the rules regarding the GDP growth, my first recommendation has specifically focused on what is it that the study concluded based on the evidence found and also the thorough investigation we have made throughout the study that the policymakers should deepen trade integration through the African continental free trade area and also prioritize the export-oriented foreign direct investment. Remember that the foreign direct investment can be unpacked into lots of investment within, and here we only focused on the overall of the FDI, not unpacking the investment within that constitute to this, and these are the foreign direct investment inflows. Then the first question to say that do the profits of the foreign businesses be recorded? Remember that in South Africa, when we record the gross domestic product, we only focus on registered businesses or registered industries. So we also have the problem of the likes of capital flights that I cannot, without proper evidence and thorough investigation, I cannot conclude. It's not how we work as economists. We rely on evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mashishi. Just for your information, we're going to break for tea at 11 o'clock. So we're just carrying on for a few more presentations. We're skipping the TMA one, and then we're going to Nyati, a master's student, Team Nyati.
Good morning, fellow researchers, academics, colleagues, and everyone present. I am Diani Nyati, an LLM candidate or a Masters of Law student, and today I'll be presenting on the topic, the ambit of copyright protection for AI-generated work, focusing specifically on a missed opportunity for the Copyright Amendment Bill. So before I discuss the law, I would like to begin with a very simple technical example, because the issue I'm discussing today can sound extremely technical, but it's very simple. As I present, please have in mind Credo V down AI makes a creation. So what is this AI that I'm referring to? So AI refers broadly to the intelligence exhibited by machines. And for purposes of copyright law, however, the more important issue is that AI is now capable of producing. AI can now generate music, literature, artwork, images, videos, and any other form of creative expression. The process generally involves human giving instructions to the AI system and the system producing the information patterns and then producing the output. So the difficulty is that the final product may look entirely human, and a person listening to their song that was created by AI or looking at an artwork may not know whether it was created by a human or it was AI generated. Therefore, the copyright law is increasingly being confronted with a whole new reality, that the product that was created may be creative, but the creator may not be human as recognized by the copyright law. And this creates a legal problem that my research seeks to answer. So turning to the South African copyright law, the principal legislation that governs creative work is the Copyright Act 98 of 1978. The Act operates around the concept including authorship and originality. Originality is particularly important because copyright protects the expression of an idea in a qualifying work rather than the idea itself. The fact that you had the idea of a song does not mean that you created the song. So the difficulty is that AI does not ordinarily fall within the traditional legal conception of a human as stated in the copyright law. Therefore, where AI system independently creates a work, the law does not provide an obvious answer as to who owns the song or who owns the literature work. So if a human uses AI as a mere tool, like using a calculator to calculate a math problem, then it is easily to determine that human authorship is present. But where the AI autonomously itself, what you did was merely give an instruction, creates a work, then the position becomes unclear, and that's where lies the legal gap. So we also have the Copyright Amendment Bill, which is intended to modernize South African copyright law. However, my argument is that it presents a missed opportunity in relation to AI-generated works. The bill addresses a number of issues in relation to copyright, but it does not, until today, provide a comprehensive framework dealing specifically with AI authorship. There is no clear answer to the questions such as who owns the AI-generated song, who owns the AI-generated painting, who receives royalty, who has licensing rights, and who is responsible if the work that was created by AI infringes another person's rights. So these questions are becoming increasingly important because AI is developing much more faster than our legislation. Therefore, South Africa risks having a modern technological environment governed by the copyright framework that was not designed with the autonomous machine creativity in mind. So the achievements and the future outlook of AI is evident. We've all seen it. AI is no longer limited to technological companies or scientific laboratories. It is now being used in other organizations such as agriculture, journalism, transportation, entertainment, and the arts. Now, my presentation also refers to Sophia. Sophia is an humanoid robot that was granted citizenship in the Saudi Arabia in 2017. I do not suggest that citizenship automatically means that AI should have copyright. Rather, the example of Sophia demonstrates that legal personality is ultimately a legal construct. The law has previously created legal personality for artificial entities such as corporation, and this then raises an important question. If the law can recognize artificial entities for particular legal purposes, could it also create limited legal rights for AI in intellectual property? Important discussion of computer-aided works versus the computer-generated works. So with computer-aided works, it's where the human substantively is substantively responsible for the creative process and uses technology as a tool. Like you already have an idea of how to write your assignment or how to write the book or how to write the song. All you need is just AI to assist you. But with computer-generated works, it is different. Here, human involvement is minimal. While can I then automatically claim to be the author? And if the answer is yes, then how much human creativity is actually required? Because our law is silent on that. And this is why I argue that South African law needs to distinguish between these computer-assisted creativity and genuinely AI-generated works. And the issue is not whether AI is human. AI is not human. But whether the law should recognize its creative contribution for a particular legal purpose. So the recent development in this area that we've seen is the case of Dabus, and it is a reported case law. The Dabus was actually an AI system that was identified as inventor in the patent application in various jurisdictions. But of importance is that South Africa granted that very same machine. Rather, the South African grant did not substantively determine the broader question of AI's legal status as an inventor. Nevertheless, the Dabus case is still important because it demonstrates that AI is already forcing intellectual property law to reconsider traditional concept of inventorship, authorship and ownership. So if AI can generate inventions, the same conceptual problem inadvertently arises when AI generates copyright works like music, songs, books, and any other literature, creative work you can think of. So after sitting and listening to this presentation, I'm sure you're asking yourself, what then are your recommendations? My first recommendation is that South Africa should reconsider how the concept such as person and an author, as stated in the copyright law, operates in the context of highly autonomous AI. I am not suggesting that AI should simply be treated exactly like a human being. Rather, South Africa should consider creating a limited and purpose-specific legal status for AI in intellectual property law. And secondly, the law should clearly distinguish between AI-assisted works where meaningful human creativity remains present and AI-generated works where AI makes most of the creative works autonomously. And thirdly, where AI substantively contributes to the creation of a work, then the law should establish clear rules concerning ownership and authorship of such work. And finally, there should be human accountability, because AI can make mistakes, can infringe someone's rights, and there should be a human owner, a human operator, a human developer, or any other responsible legal entity that should remain identifiable to take accountability. And this approach would allow South Africa to recognize technological reality without abandoning the protection of human creativity. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, AI's role is undeniable, and it is growing. The example of Credo V. Daniels demonstrates that the debate is already entering South African music and popular culture. So South Africa needs to develop a clear legal framework for AI-generated works. And ultimately, my argument is simple. AI is already creating. The real question for South African copyright law is, who will the law recognize when it does? I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got time for questions. You can have a question with a red jacket. And somewhere at the back, yes. Yes, you can. And there, number 3. Thanks.
Thank you. Greetings to the house at large. My name is Neo Tokolo Maila, and I'm a School of Accountancy student. So I heard your research, right? But I do have a question that I feel is important. As we know that using AI, most of the AIs you need to pay a subscription for it, right? So I feel like the most important question before you can do anything first is, what does the subscription agreement or terms of service say about ownership of the output I create as the person paying the subscription, right? So I feel like that's where we should firstly focus on and see what does the AI's terms of service say about the ownership and services before we can start anything else. So thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. So I'm Mokona, a third-year LLB student from the School of Law. My question is, do AI tools like ChatGPT are not data generators or create information from scratch, but consolidate information from different sources online? So does your study place emphasis on these actors?
Thank you for a nice presentation. My name is Thelma from School of Accounting. My question is, you're looking at AI-generated works, so keyword works. Is your study expanding into arts, agriculture, and is it looking at academia? Are you looking at all types of work that are generated by AI, or are you limited to a specific group of arts? Are you looking at just music, or are you extending to like all types of artwork? So I just want clarity on that.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. The first question was in relation to subscription, but from what I had, it's more of a suggestion to say that I need to look at the subscription policy before I can discuss that. So there's no answer to that because it was merely a comment, and I appreciate it, and I'll definitely look into it. The third question was whether my work focuses on specific arts or work or academic works and whatnot. So my presentation focuses on copyright. Copyright protects literature works, including books, novels, anything that is intellectual property. By that, I mean any work that you created out of your intellect that needs protection for someone not to copy or claim as their own. So usually it's music, articles, books, novels, and all those, and even music. So it's focusing on the contents of copyrights. I didn't hear the second question.
Can the second question please be repeated?
The question was, does your study place emphasis on actors that consolidate information from different online sources?
The question is, does actors, my presentation focus on actors that consolidate information on different AI systems? Actors.
Yes, the question that the person referred to actors, but yes, that's not what she's researching. If you can expand on that
Paraphrase, maybe paraphrase the question.
Yes, perhaps.
Yes.
Can you just paraphrase? Just say that's outside your scope.
We'll discuss after tea break. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, just a clarification for that one question at the back. Copyright, the Act divides everything that's copyright protected into 9 types of works. And that's why she uses the word works. It's got nothing to do with agriculture. It is like literature, music, broadcast, and all the others. So that's a term that comes from the Act. Okay, the next presenter is a doctoral student, Mudiba. Mudiba, thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson, academics and researchers. I am Mudiba Rapatla Sara, a second-year Doctor of Commerce student majoring in economics, and my study is innovation as a catalyst for investment-led economic growth in South Africa and evidence of the ARD approach. This is independent from my doctoral studies. It was explored solely for FML Research Day because we are lifelong learners and we are continuously striving towards finding solutions for Africa. It is evident that various studies have focused on investment and economic growth. However, limited evidence exists between whether innovation is a catalyst for investment-led economic growth. This then poses a very important economic question. That is, does economic growth depend on investment only, or does innovation actually trigger stronger economic growth? The study therefore aims to check if there is a long-run relationship between investment, innovation, and economic growth in South Africa for a 30-year period, that is 1995 to 2025, with particular emphasis on determining whether innovation acts as a catalyst mechanism towards economic growth. The study is embedded on 3 economic theories, that is the Schumpeterian innovation theory, whereby Joseph Schumpeterian argues that innovation is the primary contributor of economic growth. This means that innovation raises productivity, where we know that productivity is a major contributor to economic growth. On the other hand, Robert Solow developed the Solow growth model that explains that growth depends on 3 components, namely capital, labor, and technological progress. However, given the shortcomings of capital, which has diminishing returns, this means that as we invest more in capital goods and not improving the capital goods, the likelihood is they will give us less return. Practical example. When we go through memory lane through innovation process, we started with the willpower. And over the years, we saw the advancement of the willpower to hydroelectronic power. If we had only invested in the willpower, looking at today's population, we would not be able to meet the aggregate demand that is in the economy. So the growth theory was saying that economic growth depends on all these 3 components collectively. The third theory is on knowledge spillover theory, which says that knowledge is created by firms, universities, which is attested by what we are doing currently. We are sharing different knowledges, and research institutions which spread through innovation and patents and publications. The study takes through an econometric model, and in order to achieve the objectives of the study, annual time series data was acquired from the South African Reserve Bank from 1995 to 2025 and analyzed using eViews 14. The model specification, we are going to check if whether GDP, which represent economic growth, is dependent on innovation and economic growth, while holding other factors constant. Therefore, the model will take form in the case of GDP is equals to gross fixed capital, research and development, foreign direct investment, and public investment. And from the model, gross fixed capital, foreign direct investment, and public investment are proxies of investment, while research and development proxies innovation. To check the stability of the model, we conducted the QSUM test, which was further verified by the QSUM of squares test. And according to the model, it is evident that the model is reliable or stable throughout the period, as our model lies within the critical bond test of 5% throughout the period. We also assessed normality to check skewness of the model and also to determine the probability of the model. As evidenced on the board, we can see that the kurtosis is 2.113, which is relatively lower than the normal benchmark. However, it simply means that the model is flatter, plasticatic model. And our Jacobera test shows us that our model is having 0.98 probability, which indicates that the model is normally distributed throughout the entire period. Our p-value, however, as you can see, it's 0.6, which is higher than the expected 0.05. But this does not mean that the model is not reliable. The skewness is 0.0153, which is close to 0, indicating that the are highly symmetric. And in order to check the long-run relationship, we adopted the autoregressive distribution leg. And according to our information, we are going to check the R squared, and for further confidence, we refer to the adjusted R squared, where our R squared is 0.99 and our adjusted R squared is 0.99, therefore showing that the model is 99% dependent on innovation. In conclusion, it is evident that innovation strengthens a positive impact of investment, which ultimately triggers economic growth. It is therefore worth noting that policymakers must consider innovation as a form of investment because of the ultimate impact that it has on investment and economic growth. This will encourage policymakers, the study will encourage policymakers to direct investment in innovation so that it enhances economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Time for questions. Thank you. Yes, number 1. There at the back, number 2. And yeah, number 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your...
Sorry, sir, please just stand up.
My name is Stephen Chanja. I'm from the Economics Department. Thank you very much for your presentation. I was just concerned with your stability test. You can even see there is an overlap when it comes to your 5% critical lines. So it indicates you might have issues of structural breaks in your model. So it's something that you might need to address so that you can enhance the robustness of your results. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. NP Mashishi here. When you started your presentation, you asked a question if ever the growth, does it have to depend like mainly on investment in innovation? And I did not get to have the final answer based on your conclusion and on that. And also looking at your long run results, I don't know, I missed like the margins. What are the margins for like your long run results in terms of like your topic in the dependent variable, like leading to the dependent variable? Are they like fully significant, and like by how many % or how many units? Thank you.
Greetings again, still Neo Maila. Lovely research. It's just that I have a question, right? Maybe I didn't hear it when you were presenting, but my question is, could economic growth and higher investment actually lead to more innovation? If so, how does your study account for this?
The first one, I would like to believe that that is a recommendation by Prof. Zanje. As indicated also, we saw that the model was within the boundary lines. However, there was a time where it moved outside the boundary test. However, not tampering much with the actual distribution of the model. It just affects the robustness of the model. And indeed, I have also taken a look on it, and in addition to that, I tried to check the ADF separate from the actual study, just to check, and the Phillips Perron to check if whether the model is stationary, and I found from the test that it is stationary. However, because it was not my focus area, it was just for additional purposes, I just use it for my individual consumption. Thank you for the recommendation, Prof. I will look into it once again. The second one was from Ms. Mashishi, who asked about 2 questions. She asked that, started off by saying that I want to test if whether innovation actually triggers economic growth through investment. And from the concluding remarks, I did indicate that indeed, given the tests that were conducted, there is a long-run relationship between innovation and investment, which ultimately stimulates economic growth. Hence, the suggestion was that policymakers must focus on directing funds towards innovation. The second question, you spoke about significance level. Okay, if we refer to the model we saw from our ARDL, that our probability is 0, not from the normality. From our QSIM test, we saw that the model was lying within, with some exception for certain years where there was a high economic participation, therefore diverging the model out of the significance level, which goes back to what Prof was saying, to say that the robustness is affecting the model. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got time for 2 quick questions. You? Thank you. She's got 15 minutes. We must grant her that. And another question? Okay, then you the last question. Thanks. A little there. Thank you. You can.
Thank you, Ms. Mudiba, for your wonderful presentation.
Miss, would you please just stand up?
I wanted to ask if, since your model looks like, are you really confident in this model? If not, like it looks like a lot of things are not going well, you could consider using, like calculating maybe an index instead of using all your variables as proxies, and then you add other control variables. Secondly, I didn't see the co-integration test. Did you check the co-integration of the model? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hala. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Sorry. The first one, also a recommendation for me to go and revisit the model, specifically the model, so that the model can be stable enough for a true reflection. I will do so. I will engage also my supervisor. Like I indicated, the study is not in any way linked to my doctoral studies. I independently prepared this paper specifically for the research day, trying to check if whether indeed innovation can try and give us something. And it is on its way to give us something. The second part, I think I missed it.
Could you
mentioned 2 parts, but she's saying it's fine.
perhaps you can speak, discuss it with her in tea time?
Definitely, I would love to have some engagement with Doctor at the end of the session.
Thank you, Ms. Mudiba. My apologies. The last question I addressed you as Miss and you Doctor. Sorry for that. Okay, the last presentation before tea time is Tima for a master's.
Good morning, Chairperson, distinguished academics, and colleagues. My name is Matitila Tema. I'm an LLM candidate in the Faculty of Management and Law at the University of Limpopo. My presentation is titled The Rise of AI Surveillance in the Workplace, a South African labor law perspective on competing interests. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the outline of my presentation is just going to be smooth, and I'll be leading everyone as I present. I'll outline the problem, the legal gaps in our current framework, and the reform direction this research proposes. So let me begin with something that will assist in grounding this discussion in workplace reality rather than in abstract concern. The International Labour Organization's 2024 study on algorithmic management in regular workplaces found that in South African logistics, workers were already subject to constant monitoring and performance evaluation, with digital outputs affecting pay and access to work. And Italy and France, regulatory safeguards limited that impact, but in South Africa, those safeguards were largely absent. This is therefore not a future concern, ladies and gentlemen. It is a present workplace reality. Examples of these tools include keystroke logging, which records what an employee types and how long they're active or idle. Screen and webcam monitoring, which captures what is on the employee screen or whether they are present at the workstation. Biometric logging systems, which use fingerprints or facial recognition to record attendance and control access. Annual GPS tracking, which monitors the location and movement of mobile and field workers. Moreover, automated performance dashboards, which turn this data into scores, rankings, and warnings. Now, listen, gentlemen, these tools do more than record an activity. They evaluate, they rank, and can contribute to disciplinary outcomes. This is why this is a labor law regulation, not only a technological issue. Now, bringing me to the problem statement, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa does not have a dedicated statute regulating AI-driven workplace surveillance. The statutes we do have, the Labor Relations Act, the Employment Equity Act, the POPIA, and the RICA, are technology neutral. They were designed for a pre-AI workplace and now apply to algorithmic systems largely by coincidence rather than by design. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the result is a structural imbalance. Can you please fix this for me, please? Employers pursue legitimate interests in cybersecurity, efficiency, and operational control. Employees face risks to privacy, fair labor practices, often without meaningful access to the algorithmic logic used to assess them. Thank you very much. That imbalance, ladies and gentlemen, is a central problem this research aims to address. Now, moving on to my research aim and objective, the study has two correlated aims. The first aim, which was to examine the legal obligations binding South Africa to protect fair labor practices and workplace privacy in the context of AI-driven surveillance. The second aim is to examine how adequate and responsive South African law is to the rise of AI-driven workplace surveillance. Now, the objectives are four, as shown on the screen. Firstly, to examine the competing interests between employee cybersecurity needs and employees' fundamental rights. So it does not. Secondly, to access whether existing South African labor law and privacy statutes are adequate. Thirdly, to draw comparative lessons from the European Union AI Act and the Kenya's proposed bill. Fourthly, to propose a coherent legislative response that balances this interest. gentlemen, my literature review is, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my literature review, as indicated on the screen, I'll explain why I approach these sources and why I put the sources on the screen. It will help everyone understand. So, recent professional commentary on workplace digital does document that practical spread of keystroke logging, screen capture, and productivity tracking in South Africa. This is important because it confirms that the phenomenon is local and operational, not merely theoretical. Practitioners' analysis of POPIA and the RICA show how existing privacy and interception rules are being stretched around new monitoring tools. This matters, ladies and gentlemen, because it demonstrates both relevance of these statutes and their limits. Mpedi and Marwale in Artificial Intelligence in the Law call for adaptive regulation and stronger collective agreement. I regard this as significant because AI at work is not only a data issue, ladies and gentlemen, it is a question of workplace power and institutional response. African scholarship highlight regulatory gaps across the continent, and that is important, ladies and gentlemen, because it places the South African problem within a wider African regulatory leg, rather than treating it as a broad European debate. Now, the remaining gap and the focus of this study, ladies and gentlemen, is a dedicated South African labor law analysis of AI workplace surveillance as a problem of competing interests and statutory adequacy. Now, moving on to my methodology. My methodology is pure doctrinal methodology. It analyzes the Labor Relations Act, the Employment Equity Act, the POPIA, and the RICA. It then considers African and international obligations that bind South Africa to respond to this phenomenon. It draws comparative lessons from the EU AI Act and the Kenya's proposed artificial intelligence bill. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this analysis is guided by transformative constitutionalism with particular attention to the balance between organizational interests and employees' rights. Now, moving on to my legal framework. Four statutes currently carry the main burden. The Labor Relations Act, ladies and gentlemen, proposes fairness in discipline and dismissal, but its model assumes a human decision and allegations a worker can understand. An opaque algorithmic scores often provides an outcome without a clear case, without a way that a worker can understand what actually scored and how it was scored. The POPIA, ladies and gentlemen, regulates personal information and automated decision making, including through Section 71. Now, Section 71 tries to limit decisions made only by a computer where those decisions significantly affect the person. But the difficulty is that the manager simply confirmed the computer score. Now, imagine when the employer may argue that the decision was not solely automated. Now, moving on to the POPIA. The POPIA also does not I'm not moving on, I'm still on the POPIA. The POPIA also does not clearly give workers a strong right to understand the algorithm. So POPIA helps, but data protection is not the same as labor law fairness. The RICA, ladies and gentlemen, also regulates interception of communications, but it was designed to discrete interception events, not continuous scanning of workplace communications as data for performance systems. The Employment Equity Act prohibits discrimination in employment policies and practices, but algorithmic bias can fall within that concept, yet the Act does not require bias assessments before deployment. Now, these statutes operate under the Constitution, especially under Section 14 and Section 23 on fair labor practices. Comparatively, ladies and gentlemen, the EU AI Act and Kenya's proposed bill show that AI-specific regulation is actually possible and achievable. From the EU, a risk-based approach can be taken, and from the Kenya, a movement toward AI-specific legislation in Africa. The present framework, ladies and gentlemen, is fragmented. The proposed direction of this study is a coherent legislative response. Can you please help me? Okay, no problem. No, okay, fine. Thank you. Now, sorry about that. Preliminary key findings of the study are as follows. Firstly, the current statutes are reactive and technology neutral. They are better equipped to respond after harm than to govern algorithmic systems in advance. Secondly, employees remain vulnerable to unjustified privacy intrusions and to unfair labor practices where algorithmic outputs influence evaluation and discipline. Thirdly, workers often lack access to the logic and data used to assess them. Without that access, ladies and gentlemen, procedural fairness becomes difficult to realize in practice. Fourthly, employers' interests in security and efficiency are legitimate. The difficulty is that the law does not currently require the safeguards needed to keep those interests consistent with constitutional workplace rights. In summary, ladies and gentlemen, the framework does not provide coherent guidance for AI workplace surveillance. It does not adequately prevent harm, and it does not secure a principled balance between these competing interests. Now, moving on to my recommendations and conclusions. This research does not argue against workplace monitoring. It argues for lawful and accountable monitoring. The study then recommends the enactment of a dedicated AI Workplace Surveillance Act. Such an act should recognize employers' legitimate cybersecurity and operational interests, protect employees' rights to privacy and labor practices, and require transparency, access, and accountability before algorithmic systems are used to manage, score, or discipline employees. That approach, ladies and gentlemen, gives practical effect to transformative constitutionalism, not only by naming the rights, but creating enforceable structure around new forms of workplace power. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, AI surveillance is already present in South African workplaces. Technology-neutral statutes are no longer sufficient. A dedicated statute is needed to protect rights while allowing responsible monitoring. Now, the core proposal is simple, ladies and gentlemen. This study then dedicate one coherent act, that will clear out the balance between security and efficiency on one side, and privacy and fair labor practices on the other. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Chairperson, colleagues, audience, for your attention. I welcome your questions and feedback and recommendations.
Thank you. Okay. Questions? Yes, number one. And then those two.
Thank you, ma'am, for a beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
Colleagues, can I ask you, please? I've been observing. Do not rush. You are leaving us behind. Remember, this is your study. You know it. We don't. We want to listen and give you feedback. So when you're rushing, you're leaving us behind, and it's a beautiful study. We want to hear what is it that you're telling us. Remember, when you were given instructions, you were told prior to that you'll be having 10 minutes to present. Practice at home or wherever. Time yourself. Go with a pace that is even the layest person can be able to understand you. Remember, you are 4 schools here. Not all of us can hear law. Some of us are advantageous because we know these things. But please, tone it down, relax. Because when you rush, you can't even hear yourself what you're saying. Ne? So please, beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. To there.
Thank you very much, and a very wonderful presentation, Mr. Ma. So my question is that, to what extent, right, does AI surveillance actually comply with South African labor law? Thank you.
And the next question.
Thank you very much. So my question is, if an employer uses AI surveillance to protect company information and improve productivity, how do we determine when the surveillance becomes an unjustified invasion of employees' privacy? Thank you.
We can take a fourth question because the first one was just a recommendation. I think someone there at the back who didn't have a chance, yes? Ms. Ledwaba? There at the back.
Good morning. My name is Kim Matzimela, final year student in Bachelor of Development Planning Management. So you stated that South Africa does not have a dedicated statute regulating the AI-driven work surveillance, and existing legislation largely technological neutral. So my question is that given that the Labor Relations Acts, POPIA and RICA already provided certain protections, why is it a new dedicated legislative framework necessary rather than adapting or strengthening the existing laws? Thank you.
Thank you for the
questions, I'll start with the last one. The reason why I'm dedicating a specific coherent AI legislation is because if we amend acts one by one, it will worsen the fragmentation. Piecemeal amendments to acts that can be fixed by one act is a more coherent structure. Second question, to what extent does AI comply with South Africa? I did not understand your question. And question from Natasha, this is why we need the law, because we currently do not know the answer to that question. The policies are fragmented. We need a stable legislation to fix everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Tina, I don't think anyone will ever put your voice note faster because you just go fast like double speed. Thank you so much to all the wonderful presenters. I learned a lot and it was so refreshing to listen to you. We can now break for tea. Thanks.
Semono.
Over to you, sir.
Is this fine? No, I'm waiting for.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, are you ready? Let's go.
Okay. Good morning. Protocols observed. My name is T.S. Simono, Master of Public Administration and Management student, and my presentation is titled Strengthening Accountability in Public Financial Management, a Framework for Enhancing Sustainable Development in South African Municipalities. So just a heads up, my presentation is comprised mostly of pictures and minimal text, so it's advisable that you pay attention to what I'm saying so that we can follow what's in the slides. Okay. So the local section, the local sector of the South African government, as mandated by Section 152 and 153 of the Constitution, supported by the Public Financial Management Act and the Municipal Systems Management, the Municipal Systems Act. It plays an important role in delivering essential services, promoting local economic development, and ensuring sustainable communities. Sustainable Development 16 specifically promotes peaceful and inclusive societies while promoting peace for all and building effective, accountable institutions globally. This study focused primarily on the city of Johannesburg as a case study, mostly because of its strategic and economic importance to advancing sustainable development in South Africa or Africa at large. And moving on to the second slide, literature on public financial management accountability shows a gap that exists between policy and practice. And what you see on your screen there is the unfortunate current state of the local government in terms of finances. So this data is obtained from the Auditor General of South Africa. It represents the findings of over the period of the past 4 years, which indicates a staggering 145.21 billion rands accumulated in irregular expenditure, with a huge percentage of roughly about 57% being due to non-compliance with the procurement and the procurement policies and procedures. These are mostly your tenders. And then the pie chart again shows other certain percentages of a share of the issues that have been identified. Moving on, the slide shows the current state of financial accountability in the city of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality. The studies show that the city of Johannesburg struggles significantly with the backlogs of irregular, unauthorized, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. Over in the 2023-2024 financial year, the city had a balance of roughly 23 billion, which has decreased to 13.3 billion in the 2024-2025 financial year. This was mostly due to council-approved write-offs rather than recovery efforts and mitigation strategies. And again, in the 2024-2025 financial year, the city accumulated 2.3 billion in unauthorized expenditure, 3.60 billion in irregular expenditure, and this is in the back of 220 billion worth of infrastructure backlogs. Again, the city struggles significantly with the collection of revenue in terms of water and electricity. And the Auditor General flagged that these issues mainly occur because the city operates on an unfunded budget and also poor capital expenditure. Moving on, the study identified barriers to accountability within the municipality, grouped into three categories. First, institutional political barriers. These are mostly your frequent leadership changes in key positions, mainly due to the coalition government dynamics and the alleged political interference in appointments, which weakens the administrative stability within the municipality. Again, the second dimension is the technological barrier, which speaks to the absence of or outdated systems in revenue and revenue collection strategies or technology, and also the use of unaccredited or incompetent information technology governance. This also links to the third aspect, which is behavioral and cultural barrier, which speaks to the culture of impunity, mostly because of nepotism and political patronage that characterizes the municipality, and also with consequence management, which all this cause service delivery failures, the backlogs that were identified in the previous slides, and also irregular expenditure. And I just want to note that, make it a point that this, what I have said so far, these are not just numbers. They translate directly into the everyday services that the municipalities are mandated to render to the citizens. The study recommends several policies, which I will not go into deep details due to time constraints. The first is the enforcement of the legislature that governs municipal finances. The second recommendation will be the establishment of monitoring and evaluation units in municipalities to monitor and implement effective financial governance practices. The third recommendation will be enhancing or improving the capacity of the municipalities, and also continued leadership, ethical development. And the last will be public participation, openness, and transparency. The study also finds that integrated accountability framework will lead to clean audits, which will also translate to better service delivery and the attainment of the sustainable development within the South African municipalities. And this is just a summary, which I won't go deep into details. I'll just go to my last slide. before I conclude, I just want to mention the famous quote by the former president of Tanzania, Julius Nyerere. He once said that we as Africans, we ought to define what development means to us. Development does not necessarily mean the building of skyscrapers, which is, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you also said that let the Chinese do that, let Americans do that. We as Africans, we need to provide safe drinking water to our communities. We need to provide reliable electricity. We need to ensure food security and also provide jobs to our people. That is development to us, which leads to my my closing statement. Africa's development cannot be outsourced. Sustainable development must ultimately be financed through domestic resources mobilized by strong and effective institutions. And I thank you. I will now take questions. One, let's go.
May I just kindly remind everyone that when someone is presenting, we give them our full attention. And if you could hold your conversations until the presenter has finished. Thank you. Okay, we can have 3 questions. One for you. You and you. I'm just giving these ones who haven't asked a chance. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Then my name is Rasikela Tsabo Eugene. I'm a Master of Public Administration and Management student at the TGSL. So I want to know how does political interference weaken accountability in public finance?
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. Matabelo Maja speaking, doing Masters in Law, Development and Management. In one of your recommendations, you spoke about ethical development as one of the strategies that you suggest, right? So in light of that, can you kindly give an example of one of the strategy, a practical example of one of the strategies that you recommend could be used and how it can be implemented and executed? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lerato Subopetsa, and I'm a second-year candidate in Masters in the Department of Business Management. Sorry. So initially in your presentation, you spoke about the gap between the policy, which I believe has to be governance, and the practices, which I believe can lead to ethical leadership. How do you think, according to your study, how do you think we can fill the gap as Africa?
Can you please repeat that?
The gap between the policy and the practices, and how you recommend Africa fill the gaps between these two. Thank you.
Okay. Let me start by answering the second question. How does I think it's along the lines of how can we implement ethical development strategies, right? Okay. I believe that we do have the resources. I just don't think that we are utilizing them to the best of their capabilities. There's the National School of Government that provides courses to management in the public sector, or employees in the public sector rather. So I believe that such platforms can be used to render more education and awareness about about ethical conduct within the public sphere. So I believe that if we can use those what already exists, but we can just improve here and there, add certain courses on how to act ethically within the public sphere. And yeah, I also believe that there has to be a lot of consequence management to non-compliance with all those you find in parliament. So you find that in most cases, political loyalty influences judgment on certain matters. So those are the kind of issues that we come across in the public sector. People tend to protect each other because of political loyalty, not holding each other accountable for the actions, and also recommending. I also recommend that to perhaps bridge that gap, we can give the auditor more powers than she already has to enforce her own recommendations than giving the responsibility to someone else. That's my recommendation. And the last question was how to bridge the gap between policy and practice, and I did not get the last part. Can you please repeat the last part? I only heard how to bridge the gap between policy and practice. So one of the issues that I identified throughout conducting this study is that sometimes the people who are appointed in key positions, in most cases, they are not qualified to be in those cases. So it becomes, I think, this is my own opinion, it becomes very difficult to interpret certain policies because of the lack of knowledge within that field. So if someone is appointed in a position of financial, in the financial field, and that person has no knowledge of financials, I don't want to mention political parties, but yeah, we do have them, that all the old men we do have those old men who know nothing about the contents of the Public Financial Management Acts and the Systems Act. So I believe that to bridge that gap, perhaps we should enforce the policies on hiring. So yes, they've been tried, but they've been failing, but they somehow need to be enforced. Qualified people need to be hired in key positions rather than hiring people based on political loyalty and whatever. So I believe that the moment we bridge that gap, we'll start moving in the right direction. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simono. The next one is Mudika, KP Mudika.
structured integration that preserves critical thinking, ethical judgment, as well as independent research, rather than allowing these AI tools to bypass these essential skills. Research questions. The study actually is based on the following questions. Number one, how do current legal South African constitutional provisions and statutory frameworks fail to address the use of generative AI in the legal education and practice? Second question, what lessons emerge from recent South African judgments in which practitioners cited non-existent AI-generated authorities? Thirdly, can over-reliance on generative AI tools by law students negatively impact the acquisition of core legal competencies required by the LPA and also the RPC? The last question, in what ways can mandatory... 2 minutes. Thank you. The last question is, in what ways can mandatory AI literacy disclosure obligations and continuous professional development close identified gaps? Research methodology. This paper employs a critical doctrinal analysis, and it will allow us to systematically review the primary sources such as the Constitution, the Legal Practice Act, the LPC Code of Conduct, and judicial judgments. And will also allow us to also review the secondary sources such as the peer-reviewed journals. By comparing the existing duties of honesty and diligence with new rules that are imposed and introduced by generative AI, this method will also help us to identify and also to identify the gaps in the regulatory system. Moving on to analysis of case law. In the case of Mavundla versus MEC, the court made it clear that reliance on generative AI in this manner is both irresponsible and unprofessional. Therefore, we should not use AI irresponsibly. In the case of Northbound Processing versus South African Diamonds and Precious Metals Regulator, the court held that legal practitioners have a clear duty to verify all authorities that are actually cited to the court. So the South African courts repeatedly highlighted the serious risk of using AI-generated information without proper verification. So these tools such as ChatGPT are frequently appearing in these instances. Recommendations and conclusion. This study has shown that generative AI tools such as ChatGPT negatively affect the professional formation of law students in South Africa, and it also affects the integrity of the South African legal profession. The research also demonstrated that technology has clearly outpaced the rules, as we've noted that neither the LPA nor the RPC Code of Conduct contains rules regulating generative AI. Judicial decisions also confirms that the courts are prepared to enforce sanctions. Now, in the light of the above findings, the following recommendations are actually made. The introduction of AI mandatory literacy modules in LLB curriculum. The adoption of strict disclosure rules for any AI-assisted work. Thirdly, ongoing continuous professional development focused on responsible AI use. Fourthly, there should be clear regulatory guidance and, where necessary, legislative amendments. Then lastly, there should be greater institutional responsibility on the part of universities and professional bodies. That brings us to the end of my presentation, and thank you for giving me a listening ear.
Thank you very much. So we've got time for questions. At the back there, number 1. Who didn't have a chance yet? Did you okay, number 2, you. Who else didn't have a chance? Miss there. Thanks. Miss Ledwaba, are you running? Oh, Oscar, okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tiseto Mohapi. I want to ask regarding the case of Parker. The judgment found that the court found that there was no evidence that the legal team deliberately attempt to mislead the court. So my question to you is that, should a lawyer face disciplinary action where AI-generated authority are submitted to the court, but there was no intention to mislead the court? I hope you understand.
Second question.
Prince, my name is Levu Pilusa. I am a third year main law student at the University of Limpopo. In your presentation, you kept on saying unchecked AI information, hallucinated AI information, and the use of AI irresponsibly. My question is, when you say all that, is it implied that the law accepts the use of AI information provided that it is confirmed?
Number 3 is there just, yes?
Thank you. My name is Izzy Malaji, also a third-year law student at the University of Limpopo. And my question to you, Prince, is all law students who insist on using and depending on AI, and if they should be, to what extent should they be punished? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will start with the last question. Yes, I do believe that there should be sanctions for the information that was unchecked, more especially to the legal practitioners and also law students. And these sanctions should also include rehabilitation and also giving these students and also legal practitioners training on the use of AI in order to avoid similar future violation. So the question on whether the court accepts the information, the law allows legal practitioners to do research. So the tool that you use does not matter. What matters is verification. That is why at all the times you have to make sure that whenever that you are using AI, of which is the technology that we are currently having and we cannot escape from it, you pay attention to verification at all the times. Make sure that the legislations and also other authorities that are cited are correct. And also in the case of Parker, they posed the question of whether lawyers should face disciplinary action even though they had no intention of misleading the court. Yes, they do need to face disciplinary action. Reason being, verification is always important. No matter how we justify matters, it is important that legal practitioners verify the sources that they use. And it is not always where we are using any other source. That's why it is imperative to use legally reliable sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next presenter is Lisetja MH. Lisetja.
Greeting, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Lisetja Mangwedi, a master's candidate of public administration and management under the School of Economics and Management. I'm here to present my study titled Socio-Economic Renewal Through Public Road Infrastructure Development in South Africa, an analysis of the impact and opportunities for rural community growth. A famous quote by a former minister of United Kingdom is that you and I come by road or rail, but economists travel on infrastructure, meaning that while ordinary people use roads, economists see infrastructure. This quote captures the central argument of my presentation to say, road is not merely something to travel on, but an valuable asset that can be used to connect communities to opportunities, stimulate investment, as well as transform local economies. My introduction says there's a persistent socio-economic challenges facing many rural communities in South Africa, such as high unemployment, poverty, and limited access to essential places. It is for this reason that the study seeks to analyze the extent to which public road infrastructure development contributes to socio-economic renewal and identifies the opportunity it creates for sustainable rural community growth. Well, road infrastructure is widely recognized as a catalyst for socio-economic development, as it improves connectivity, facilitates trades, and improves access to basic services. Right? Public investment in road infrastructure is an important policy tool for reducing poverty, promoting inclusive economic growth, and improving life expectancy, especially in rural communities. So a well-developed transport network is equals to effective movement of people, goods, and services. Moving to our problem statement, inadequate road maintenance. Well, there's extensive difference between the maintenance of urban areas and that of rural areas. Hence, the rural areas are still subjected to poor road conditions, inequality, and spatial exclusions. Prior to 1994, the rural areas were excluded when it comes to development. And it is a pity that even after 30 years of democracy, rural areas are still getting the elbow when it comes to development. Limited transport connectivity. Dilapidated road routes have made vehicles travel difficult and costly, often leaving residents with no choice but to walk long distances to reach essential places such as clinics, schools, and we also have poverty, high unemployment, as well as poor public services. The theme for this year is the governing, innovation, and ethical leadership for sustainable development in a changing Africa. But then the question remains, is there an innovation when the rural areas are excluded? Is there an innovation when the youth is excluded? We need an innovation that is inclusive. The study adopted qualitative research method with a focus on conceptual approach, primarily based on secondary data. The study reviewed several existing relevant documents on public road infrastructure that used journals, government publication, library database, and other reliable sources. And then the study also adopted growth pool theory. It argues that economic development does not occur evenly across regions, but instead begins in specific location. In the context of public road infrastructure, the construction and upgrading of roads can create growth pool by improving connectivity between rural communities and urban economic centers. Reviewing the literature, the role and impact of road infrastructure creates job directly and indirectly through construction phases, supply chain, and manufacturing. And then again, it also creates independence. People can start their own businesses, such as farmers can now be able to practice commercial farming and maybe be able to transport their fresh produce to bigger supermarkets. And then with access to essential places such as healthcare facilities, schools, market, workplaces, among others. Reduce geographical isolation. People in rural areas are isolated and it's difficult for them to acquire certain opportunities. Promote social inclusion. If they are provided with public road infrastructure, they can be able to socialize with other people and gain other opportunities along. Challenges affecting the implementation of public road infrastructure is limited financial resources. Again, the rural road development is further constrained by institutional capacity shortages, including limited technical expertise, engineering skills, and project management capabilities within municipalities. We have poor governance, we have corruption, and then again, climate change and extreme weather events such as floods and heavy rainfall continues to damage our public road infrastructure. Our findings found that the study found that enhanced connectivity enables farmers and small enterprises to access broader markets, increasing productivity, income generation, and local economic participation. Again, road infrastructure contributes significantly to employment creation during, yes, I've already mentioned this in my, I think, literature. Improved access also attracts private investment, encourages tourism, and supports the growth of small, medium, and micro enterprises. Better roads enhances access to education, healthcare, emergency services, and government facilities, resulting in improved quality of life and social inclusion. And then the recommendations and conclusions is to prioritize investment in rural areas that connect communities to agricultural markets, schools, healthcare facilities, among others. And then the road maintenance should receive equal priority to new road construction.
Thank you very much. We're going over to questions. So let's start with people who did not yet get a chance this morning to ask a question. Okay, you can be number 1. And there at the back are 2, number 2 and 3.
Hi, my name is Podishu Mashidwa, a second-year law student from the University of Limpopo. My question to you is, do you think investment in road infrastructure will offer permanent solution to the socio-economic issues South Africa is facing, for example, poverty, as you have mentioned? Thank you.
Tobel, ke nna Thoka wa Kgwale. I'm the public administration practitioner associated with the University of Limpopo through my doctoral studies in public administration. So see happiness, when I look at your theme, one wonders how you're going to do your study, whether you're going to treat Limpopo rural communities the same way you're going to treat the Eastern Cape, or you're going to trim your study to particular rural municipalities or rural areas, because all the rural communities are not exposed to the same dynamics. Now, in your study, I failed to grasp the importance of public road infrastructure you know, on how it will assist in renewing the socio-economic you're talking about. What exactly is it that you're talking about? Is it only our well-being as communities, but how? Because for us to be able, you know, to be complete as human beings, obviously you will talk about our economic well-being, job opportunities for young people. As I heard some of the students saying, we are at 45.7 unemployment. And how will that study through public road infrastructure assist us, those of us like me who come from the Bundus in Bloberg? Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Molepo Rebukile from School of Economics. My question is, how does road infrastructures impact the environment? And how important it is to have road infrastructures in rural areas?
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. The first questions was, will the public road infrastructure development offer permanent solutions, right? Or do I think, oh, okay, well, public road infrastructure development will not automatically fix everything, but however, it will reduce some of the socio-economic challenges. The second questions, well, the socio-economic challenges I'm referring to the challenges facing the social life and economic life, right? And then the public road infrastructure development will reduce the high unemployment in rural areas. Again, people will be able to move with ease. People will be able to connect with other people for better opportunities. The third question, it was how important it is to have public road infrastructure. I think these questions are the same according to me. Public road infrastructure is a tool for reducing poverty, high unemployment, and other socio-economic challenges in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lesetja. The next presenter is one of the people that was on the list early on today. It is Maponya, a master's student.
That's what I wanted.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fortunate Maponya, a master's candidate in the Department of Development Planning and Management. Before I start, I have to make an important disclaimer. The study that I'm presenting here is not the one on the program. Please note that. That one is my dissertation. This one is harvested from the dissertation which I'm completing. The study is titled Repositioning flood disaster management in South African municipalities towards institutional resilience for sustainable flood risk governance. In the contemporary reality, floods have emerged as one of the most destructive and recurrent disasters of the 21st century. Their intensity, frequency, and occurrence is associated with factors such as climate change, poor spatial planning, rapid urbanization, and embedded socioeconomic vulnerabilities. With every major flood comes a cascade of social, economic, and environmental consequences that are dire. And these include fatalities, injuries, displacements, destruction to properties and houses, damages to infrastructure, and loss of livelihoods. Even though these immediate consequences are dire, what is also detrimental is what happens when the water recedes, the perpetual cycle of destruction and reconstruction. Many municipalities are actually stuck in this cycle wherein scarce resources that are supposed to be diverted to addressing pressing developmental needs and risks of tomorrow are actually spent on addressing yesterday's problems caused by floods. And there is a reactive inclination, especially across the global south in countries such as South Africa, Bangladesh, among others. Therefore, the aim of the study is to actually examine the institutional conditions shaping flood disaster management in South Africa. The study further investigated pathways towards institutional resilience for sustainable flood risk governance. Ultimately, the study will also propose a framework for improving flood risk governance. The objectives that were operationalized are here on the screen. I hope that you can see them clearly. Theoretical frameworks. The study actually optimized the institutional resilience theory and the risk governance theory. Both offered complementary lenses for actually investigating these dynamics in the study. The institutional resilience theory offered a comprehensive lens in terms of examining the extent to which municipalities are able to adapt, navigate, and withstand flood risks. In relation to that, the risk governance theory offered a comprehensive lens in terms of the municipalities' capacity in order to manage risk collectively, because we note that in the municipalities, there are different divisions. Moving to legislative frameworks, it is evidently clear that the Disaster Management Act 57 of 2002 is actually the principal legislation governing flood disaster management in South Africa. Section 42 of this act charges the district and the metropolitan municipalities with the role to establish disaster management centers, which have the role to actually deal with disaster management, right? Furthermore, Section 43 of this act further charges the local municipalities with the role to actually build capacity to also deal with the floods. And the municipal systems responding to a flood, it's more important to actually look into the factors that caused that flood, to address them structurally. Because if you just react without addressing the structurally embedded issues, you are not addressing the problem. It will persist and it will hinder development continuously. This framework would actually offer greater outcomes in terms of safer communities, resilient local economies, and so on. I see that we're having a time constraint. So the study recommends integrated flood risk governance to be mandatory. In the current legislative frameworks, it is not mandated, right? So the district and metropolitan municipalities ought to be mandated to work with the local municipality in an integrated manner. Furthermore, it is important to actually legislate risk-informed planning for them to be embedded within the municipal plans, IDPs, and special development frameworks. And also, it is crucial to actually prescribe minimum municipal capacity standards. Every municipality should have GIS specialists, engineers, stormwater specialists for them to deal, because right now one of the issues that is perpetuating these conditions is that there isn't sufficient staff that is capacitated to deal with these challenges. Furthermore, it is important to advance climate smart, nature-based, technology-enabled flood resilience. Ultimately, it is evident that there is a need to reposition flood disaster management and governance in South Africa. The reactive inclination does not work anymore in the contemporary reality. with that being said, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. 3 questions from people who did not yet get a chance to ask a question today. 1, you can go. Didn't you ask questions? You number 2 and number 3. Thank you. You can start.
Thank you. Bawe NG, Masters of Public Administration and Management. Thanks for the nice topic, and it's a great topic. So, my question in reference to the recent situation of flood in Guyana and KZN. My question is, do you think, I have noted your recommendation that some of the things you spoke about it, do you think that the government is doing enough in order to prevent such situation in future, such as poor planning and addressing the issue with the traditional leaders who issues the land to the community in the highest risk area of flood?
Thank you. My name is Moroma Mashau, and I'm studying Bachelor of Admin, 3rd level. So you talked about the section 42 and 43 of the Disaster Management Act, right? So every district municipality must have both a disaster management framework and a disaster management center that includes NGOs and the private sectors, right? So my question is, in the case of the Capricorn district, do we actually have a functional sector that complies with section 43? And can you give us one real example of how its framework under section 42 has helped with our local problems like floods? Not just what Act says on the paper, but what is really happening on the ground.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Miss Pile. I'm heading Department of Public Administration. In fact, the first speaker took my question, but I'll add on that one. In terms of challenges of spatial planning in rural areas involving traditional leaders. If you were in government as a policymaker, what kind of a framework will you develop to ensure that there is synergy and relationship between traditional leaders and the municipality in ensuring that there is proper spatial planning to avoid floods? The second one, some will be a contribution, your theoretical framework. I saw there are 2 theories. I didn't see who developed them. If you can answer that, you can, but if you didn't mention or don't know them, you can add them to strengthen your study. And then on analysis, I think methodology is very important in terms of your study. It's a qualitative, as you said, it's a desktop. But I think something that was short, it's in terms of analysis. You spoke about themes and so forth. My question would be that, which software did you use to aid you in terms of analyzing the data? And if you didn't use any software, I will recommend that you look into software, especially for desktop studies like Covidence software and so forth, so that it doesn't appear like you were manufacturing your data. Thank you.
You can answer.
Thank you so much. The first question, future planning in relation to traditional leaders and local government. In the contemporary reality, traditional leaders are actually negated to a participatory role because the legislative frameworks actually afford the local municipalities more decision-making powers. The Special Planning, Land Use and Management Act does not recognize traditional leaders as active role players in special planning and land use. Even the Municipal Systems Act does not offer them that proclivity. So what it then creates is a situation whereby they are operating outside the legal frameworks. And that results in spatial distortions and poor spatial planning like indicated. So in order to address that, it is very imperative to re-look and review the current legislative frameworks to clearly define the relationship in a manner that the issues of land tenure, decision making in terms of land, are clearly articulated so that they are actually, in a way, both parties sitting on a table. Because I reviewed the Polokwane Local Municipality IDP. When you check it, the role that these traditional leaders have is the one of being called to Peter Mokaba Stadium to contribute to the IDP, but not to really make decisions, right? So even in the special development framework, I reviewed it. They are barely mentioned as a role player. So there is a need to actually address these matters constitutionally and legislative in a manner that is legislatively inclined. The spluma needs to be refined. In relation to the current positioning of the Capricorn District Municipality, the study had several cases, just that time is one of the constraints. The study had several cases that were actually reviewed. The Capricorn District Municipality was not of them. But for the pursuit of engaging you, the Capricorn Disaster Management Center is actually in a manner that is, I can say, is well positioned. However, its problem is the reactive inclination, because we have Mama Dimo Park next to Paledi Mall, and we also have Mremad. They actually built a bridge there, but the bridge was not in a way a greater solution to that. So what is happening is that they are in a way poorly positioned in terms of proactive disaster management, but in terms of their positioning and operations, I can say that they are doing well. And in terms of improving the relationship between the traditional leaders and the municipality, I will add by saying that it relates to the question that the researcher posed. The researcher posed there. And let me go to my methodology. The researcher actually adopted the 5 phases actually developed by Campira and Meyer. And also, there was thematic analysis in a manner that the studies that are not aligned to the study were actually eliminated through this inclusion and exclusion criteria. So, in essence, the researcher made sure that all the sources and all the data that is that.
The next chair is Dr. Mpho Mhlongo. Are you here? Can you take over from me? There she is. Let's just give her a hand clap. We're a little bit before schedule, and I want to congratulate the presenters. You all stayed within your time and made it very easy for me to be here now.
Right, is it afternoon? Good afternoon to you all. As introduced, my name is Mpho, and I'll be handling this session up until lunch is announced. I'd like to check if all the speakers for the session are here. Sambo ATJ, Mkansi MN, Malachi ML, Shaku MD. We are going to start with Sambo ATJ, an honors student. Let's give him or her a round of applause. Quick reminder, 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes questions and answers. Ms. Shak will be presenting on the impact of human resource capacity on municipal service delivery, a case study of Polokwane local municipality. Over to you, Ms. Sambo.
I think so. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Andiswa Sambo, an honor student in public administration. The title of my research is The Impact of Human Resource Capacity on Municipal Service Delivery. It's a case study focusing on the Polokwane local municipality. Just a background of my research. Municipalities provide essential public services. Municipalities are the sphere of government closest to the communities, and they are responsible for providing essential services that people depend on their daily lives. So these services include water, sanitation, water removal, electricity, and municipal infrastructure. Therefore, the performance of municipality has a direct effect on the quality of life of the communities. However, these services do not deliver themselves. Municipalities require people to plan, manage, implement, and monitor these. So this is where human resource capacity becomes important. For the purpose of my study, I look at HR capacity in terms of whether the municipality has adequate personnel with the appropriate skills and competences, as well as the opportunities for continuous employee development. When a municipality experiences challenges such as skill shortages, vacant posts, poor recruitment, or inadequate employee development, its institutional capacity to perform becomes weak. For instance, in a technical service such as water provision, inadequate technical capacity can affect functions such as planning, monitoring, and infrastructure maintenance. Ultimately, then residents experience the consequences through the quality and the reliability of services they receive. Coming to my problem statement, municipalities continue to experience poor service delivery. Therefore, one institutional factor that is associated with municipal performance is HR capacity. Challenges such as the shortage of appropriate skills personnel, vacant critical positions, etc., can reduce a municipality's capacity to perform its functions properly. However, while there is a broader research on municipal service delivery and HR challenges in South Africa, there is limited research focusing specifically on how research capacity influences service delivery within the Polokwane local municipality. Therefore, my study seeks to address this gap by examining the relationship between HR capacity and municipal service delivery in the Polokwane context. The aims and the objectives of my study are to assess the impact of human resource capacity on municipal service delivery in Polokwane local municipality, and the objectives are to assess the current HR capacity, to examine the relationship between HR capacity and service delivery, to identify HR challenges, and to recommend strategies to improve municipal performance. So essentially, the study asks three questions. What capacity does the municipality have? How does the capacity affect service delivery? And what can be improved? The literature review the literature demonstrates that HR capacity is an important determinant of organizational performance. In the municipal context, having appropriately skilled and competent employees can strengthen efficiency, accountability, and implementation. However, the literature also identifies recurring HR challenges in local government, including a shortage of staff, weak recruitment, poor training, weak performance management, strong HR systems improve, that. In the theoretical and legislative framework, I've used for this study the human capital theory, which views employees' knowledge, skills, and competences as valuable organizational resources and argues that investment in people through education, training, and development can improve organizational performance. The second theory I used is the bureaucratic theory, which emphasizes formal structures, clearly defined responsibilities, rules, hierarchy, merit, and accountability within public institutions. So this is relevant because municipal employees do not operate independently. They operate within an administrative system. Therefore, having skilled employees alone is insufficient if recruitment systems, responsibilities, accountability mechanisms, and administrative processes are ineffective. The legislative framework I've used, so the study is also situated with South Africa's legislative framework for local government. I'm sorry, yes. The Constitution establishes principles of accountability and effective public administration. The Municipal Structure Act provides an important framework for, it's the Municipal Systems Act, yes. It's the first one. It provides an important framework for municipal administration, performance and service delivery, while the Municipal Structures Act provides for municipal government structures and functions. The MFMA, which is the Municipal Finance Management Act, is also relevant because effective service delivery requires responsible management for municipal financial resources. Together, these demonstrate that municipalities are not only expected to deliver services, but must do so through capable, accountable, and properly managed institutions. Methodologically, this study adopts a qualitative research approach because the purpose is to understand and interpret how HR capacity influences municipal service delivery rather than statistically measure the relationship. A desktop document-based case study design was used with Bulukwane local municipality serving as the case. Instead of collecting primary data through interviews and questionnaires, the study analyzes existing documentary evidence. The sources include the IDPs, the annual reports, the Auditor General reports, the municipal HR policies, and the legislation. Using different documentary sources is important because it allows information to be compared rather than relying on a single institutional source. The documents are analyzed thematically. This means that I identify recurring information and patterns relating to issues such as staffing, training, recruitment, performance management, and service delivery. Group them into relevant themes and interpret them accordingly to the objectives of the study. The expected contribution of this study is both practical and academic. Practically, the research seeks to improve understanding of how HR capacity influences municipal performance and provide information that municipal managers and policymakers can use when making decisions about recruitment, workforce planning, and employee development. Ultimately, the purpose is not simply to improve HR administration. Strengthening HR capacity should translate into a municipality that is better able to plan, implement, monitor, and maintain the services required by communities. Academically, the study contributes to public administrative literature by providing a Polokwane-specific case study on the relationship between HR capacity and municipal service delivery. In conclusion, HR capacity is an important component of effective municipal administration and service delivery. Municipalities require sufficient numbers of appropriately skilled and competent employees, supported by effective recruitment, continuous development, performance management, and accountability. However, HR capacity...
Time is up. Let's give a round of applause. Okay, we have exactly 5 minutes. Let's open the floor for questions, comments. Yes, first hand, second hand, third hand, in that order. Where are the roving mics? All right, so yeah, a gentleman. Okay, we can start there. You may ask your question, sir.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that there is a lack of skills in the municipalities in related to
I'm sorry, could you please repeat? I didn't hear the first time.
Oh, you indicated that there is a lack of skills in the municipalities in related to the human resource capacities. With the high rate of unemployment in our country, and then with the issue of service delivery, which recommendation you can provide in order to address both issues of employment and service delivery in our municipality, because it's human resource capacity and also the service delivery. Which recommendation can you link this together? Thank you.
All right. Do you want to answer?
Yes.
All right. No, let's... Do you want to take all the questions at once? Yes. All right, second question.
Yeah, the Home Affairs knows me as Mr. Slelo, ME. I don't know whether there will be questions or comments. You made a statement on a problem statement that municipalities continue to experience service delivery challenges, the municipalities. And I think the municipalities are the ones who are supposed to deliver what? Service delivery to the people. Then how can they experience service delivery challenges? I think we must rephrase that statement, because it is the communities or the individuals on the ground that continue to experience poor service delivery as a result of perhaps the services. That is why now if you can say service delivery on Google, you'll find the people, they will write about road infrastructure, water. Those are some of the services that you can be able to investigate. To me, service delivery is a broad concept, unless if you, I do not know.
Yes,
yeah.
it is. Right, the lady at the back.
Hi, I'm Priestley, and yeah, my question is based on your empirical literature. Your empirical literature was based on questions, and whereas like on your problem statement, as Mr. Selelo has indicated, you said continuous. Were there not like existing studies like that focused on your study area? Like, how do you identify your study to be like significant, whereas like you did not tell us like what have you found, what were the limitations of previous researches? Like how do you identify your study to be significant from like the existing literature? Because like we know that there is existing literature, but your empirical was rather into questions, yeah, which is not something that we are actually used to. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I think I'm gonna start with the third question, which is focusing on the significance as there are existing studies. Okay, I can say maybe the contribution or the significance of my study is that, as we all know that, obviously I can say that this is general things, but the significance I bring to the study is that you may think HR capacity has to do maybe like concerning skills. Other people are gonna think maybe I need to have like the qualifications and all these other things and you're thinking that is just the HR capacity, but that is not the only thing I am referring to, because a person might have the qualifications to and fit the job description, but like now, because we have like AI and stuff like that, now there's a difference between an employee that understands, for instance, the MFMA and uses the tool to actually help them. But then there's also a difference when an employee actually doesn't know or cannot independently interpret the MFMA independently. So now I can say maybe the significance is that, yes, the significance of my study is that, okay, I'll move on. Number one, okay, second one, I think it was maybe a comment, yes, thank you for that. And then number one, lack of skills in HR, service delivery, the recommendations. The recommendations I can give to that, like as I said in the first time, is that, you know, right now we have like a workplace, or we have a workplace that is integrated with generative AI. So my recommendation is that municipalities need to continuously develop employees so that technology complements rather than replaces critical thinking and judgment. So what I'm saying is that, as I said, there needs to be like a continual employee development. That's what I think.
All right, she's done. Let's give her a round of applause. Mr. Mkansi. Mr. Mkansi, oh, Miss Mkansi MN. My apologies. Master's student candidate? Yeah. And she'll be introducing on the artificial intelligence and ethical governance in South African municipalities, hopefully. Opportunities, risks, and accountability challenges. Now, for the colleagues that will be asking questions, remember you should stand up when you ask your question. Those who will be asking questions, please be brief, get to the point, one question at a time. We are going to skip Mr. Malachi. Mr. Shaku, please prepare yourself. Mr. or Miss Shaku, I just assume, I don't know why. Shaku MD, doctoral candidate, please prepare yourself. After Ms. Mkansi, you are next. Right, technical glitches. Mr. Miss Shaku, you are next. Shaku MD, doctoral candidate, let us give him a round of applause. Again, please. Mr. Shaku will have 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes for questions. Please check that screen once in a while. Yeah. Over to you.
afternoon, colleagues. My name is David Shagu. I'm a doctoral candidate here at the University of Limpopo. Just to make things clear, this is not my doctorate or my topic for the doctorate. I just take a part of one of the variables and I'm using it for today's presentation. So my presentation is the relationship between access to finance and implementation of performance measures by SMME in the city of Tshwane. Why did I choose this topic? Is because South Africa has got one of the social ills as high unemployment rate. Our statistician just issued lately that we are almost 40%, if not over 40% of our youth are not working. So we know very well that it's well documented that SMME can be used, or small business can be used to help us eradicate issues around poverty, because we know poverty goes hand in hand with issues of unemployment. When people are employed, then they are able to take care of themselves. They can even afford other things like your medical aid and send their kids to school. So as I've already said, my name is Muri David Shaku. I'm a doctoral candidate here. I've got an interest in entrepreneurship, or let me say I come from a family of self-employed. Let me not use the word entrepreneurship because entrepreneurs are a special breed. So SMME in many developing countries, we know they contribute towards job creation. But many of these businesses, we know they've got issues around access to external capital. South Africa at the moment, we need patient capital, something which majority of or most of the banks are not patient. They need to provide a person with capital, and they need that person immediately without even making a profit to start paying back the loan, which majority of the SMME cannot afford. So lack of financial statements from the informal businesses make it difficult for these financial providers to provide them with funding, because you know very well that if you cannot be able to show your cash flow as a business owner, a bank cannot be able to provide you with funding. Even if you go to government, they cannot provide you with grant unless you are able to prove to them how you are going to make payment in future. So most of the businesses, upon failure to obtain these finances, they eventually opt to go either formal or informal. And we've realized that those who are using personal finance to open their business, most of them, they eventually prefer to go the informal route. And if you go the informal route, the risk that we have identified is that those who go informal route, they tend to ignore issues around adoption of basic bookkeeping principles in terms of recording their daily transactions. Then they go the informal route, then eventually we know if you go the informal route, the risk of maintaining or sustaining that business eventually goes high, and eventually a business will collapse. So granting SMME in this country will not only allow them to grow, but it also allow them to create business opportunities. Then with these business opportunities, these people will be able to expand. And if they expand, then they hire more people, and then we are able to eradicate poverty among our people. So the main problem statement of this is that SMEs play an important role in developing countries like South Africa. They can help us. But in the past, we have witnessed many studies being centered around lack of access to finance, but they did not investigate if lack of access to finance, more especially loan repayment commitment, can also influence them in terms of adopting performance measures and eventually applying them. Therefore, in this study, we wanted to investigate if lack of access to finance, more especially loans or grant from government, can influence the business owner's decision to adopt performance measures, the basics of bookkeeping, knowing how much money you can generate a day and how much money you can be able to pay your employees and other debts at the end of the month. So the purpose of this study, therefore, is to investigate if lack of access to finance can affect adoption, and we will see in our findings that it does affect because it influences the formation or the structure of the business. So the main research question is therefore is to determine if there is a relationship between the access to finance and adoption of the performance measures, because we know without them, we cannot be able to monitor or evaluate our performance. We did a little bit of literature review, and from literature review, we found from Rajman and Supreme 2022 that access to finance is important. It's important in the sense that as you grow, you need to expand. If you want to expand, you must also access external funding so that you can increase your operating activities, because the market also expands as the business also grows. So improving access to affordable finance in developing countries with high unemployment rate like South Africa, it is important. It's something that is necessary, because with job creation, we can reduce high unemployment rate. We can decentralize the economy and make sure that people can work from wherever they are. So in a study that was conducted by Nguyen in 2021, it was discovered that access to finance has a correlation to keeping business formal or informal. So those who use personal finance, they decide most of the time to go the informal route, because they know they don't have to worry about paying tax and other registration fees that they need to pay. So this study, we have used the resource-based view, because with the resource-based view, we know that the resources influences the direction or the decision-making processes of the business owner. So we adopted this theory in this study. Then let's go to our methodology. We used the quantitative because we wanted to know how many. We are not going to focus more. We realized that the qualitative was not going to give us what we wanted to achieve, because we wanted to check if there is a relationship. And we know in order for us to check if there is a relationship, we need to do the P-square, and we know that therefore we need to use qualitative approach. Then we circulated our questionnaires among 200 respondents, and over, let's say 120 of them, which represent 60%, returned our questionnaire, and we used SPSS to analyze our data. And from that data, here are the results. They are not that long, because we focus only on the relationship between access to finance and adoption of financial performance measures. And then what we did first is to find out the demographics of our respondents, and we found that males in particular were in higher number as compared to women in terms of operating a small business. The reason being that majority of these males were working in these businesses. After being laid off, they decided to open their own business, more especially those who were operating businesses in the upholstery, doing some couches and car seats. They will tell you that I was working in this particular company. Therefore, after being laid off, I bought some equipment and I started operating my own business. So as compared to females, males were the ones who were operating small businesses in the manufacturing sector in the Tshwane area. Number two, we look at the sources of finance. Then we realize that majority of them have used personal finance, 54 out of 120. And then the last is the G-square to determine that there is a relationship. Yes, there is a relationship between access to finance and adoption of performance measures.
All right, well done. Questions, comments? Hand number 1, hand number 2, hand number 3. Let's take the first 3 in that order. Please stand up when you ask your question. Please be brief, 1 question at a time.
Apparently looted, but you are not there. So my question is around, because there were many spaza shop owners who were complaining that because I get there was requirements for you to access that funds. One of the requirements it required during your business must be registered, and you know that most spaza shops, they just operate in there's no like formal registrations and all that. So like my question going, how can we limit the difficulty that is faced by those small business owners to access such funding?
Number 1 is to make sure that your business is registered. You have tax certificate. Because even if we want to apply for tender in government, your business must be registered. You must have a tax clearance certificate. And if majority of the people, as you can see here, 6 of them, they said we managed to access funding from government. And those are the ones who are running formal businesses. But those who decided to go the informal route, they said it's because I could not access the funding. Even after registering the business, they decided to abandon that business registration and start informal one.
Next question.
Good afternoon, Matapelo Majo speaking here. And this topic is very personal to me because I also run a small business. And thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Shaku. And my question to you is, in your professional opinion, even in this research, is it better to be informal or formal, considering the current unemployment rate, and as well as factors that influence the failure of SMMEs? Check it on a balance of probabilities. Should compliance be considered more important than alleviating poverty?
I think if we really need to see South Africa going for, because we cannot look at the personal, at the finance of the person alone or the well-being of the founder alone, we must also look as where is the country going. Therefore, if we want to see South Africa being more industrial or be a developed country, we have to force people to go formal. And for us to do that, we must make sure that we register them. And I realize that if people have got little money from government or from somewhere else, they are forced to keep financial records. But if we are doing it informal, the only financial record that you'll keep is your bank statement. Only to check if the customer has paid you or not.
Okay, very last question, quickly. Please get to the point.
Greetings. Foshnade Maponya, Department of Development Planning and Management. I want to ask that actually, where is the gap? Is the problem the issue of registration as you continuously demonstrated? Or perhaps the gaps lie in the fact that maybe the funding systems, the NEFs, the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency are not well positioned in relation to actually funding these SMMEs. And actually, I want to also ask in relation to the methodology that you adopted, quantitative, meaning that you strictly dealt with the numbers. But in what way was that imperative, or maybe having limitations in terms of understanding the dynamics as to the why? Because someone may say the business is not performing well. we are struggling to access funding. Wasn't it actually crucial to get to hear the whys behind the reasons?
The whys, they were answered in the dissertation, but they were not part of this presentation.
All right, remember, you can still ask questions during lunch. For all the follow-up questions and additional questions, comments, and remarks. Let's give him a round of applause. Let us welcome Ms. Mkansi. Masters, Artificial Intelligence and Ethical Governance in South African Municipalities, Opportunities, Risks, and Accountability Challenges. Matebula T, are you here? Matebula T. All right. Okay. Over to you. Let's start the timer, please. You must check the time once in a while.
Greetings with due respect and recognition to everyone present. My name is Mkansi Natasha. Oh, I'm a little nervous, please bear with me. But I promise my study is more confident than I am. I also like to clarify that this study is an independent study undertaken specifically for the faculty research day, and it does not form part of my dissertation. The title of my study is Artificial Intelligence and Ethical Governance in South African Municipalities, Opportunities, Risks, and Accountability Challenges. Artificial intelligence has become an increasingly important component of contemporary governance and public administration. The rapid development of AI technologies has created opportunities for public institutions to automate administrative processes, analyze large volumes of information, and improve decision making. Recent research demonstrates that AI may provide opportunities for South African municipalities to improve administrative and service delivery processes. Kimari and Mohammed, in 2023, they found that AI could potentially contribute to transparency, accountability, and inclusivity in South African local, local government. The study argues that weaknesses in accountability, transparency, and public participation contributes to inadequate service delivery, and that AI may provide opportunities for improving these areas. These include processing service requests, managing municipal records, analyzing revenue and expenditure information, monitoring infrastructure, and supporting administrative decision making. However, the same research identifies infrastructure limitations, skills shortages, affordability, and potential job displacement as challenges that municipalities must consider when adopting AI. The potential benefits of AI must therefore be considered alongside its ethical implications. AI systems depend on data and algorithms, and the quality and characteristics used can influence the outputs generated by those systems. The South African government has recognized the importance of AI governance. The Department of Communications and Digital Technologies published the South African National Artificial Intelligence Policy Framework in 2024, which identifies strategic areas including public sector implementation, ethical AI, privacy, and data protection. This study, therefore, focuses on artificial intelligence and ethical governance in South Africa. It examines the opportunities created by AI while simultaneously considering the risks and accountability challenges associated with its adoption. Let's quickly move to the problem statement. Please pause.
Her time.
Let's quickly move to the problem statement. The adoption of AI creates a significant governance dilemma. Municipalities may gain efficiency through automated systems while simultaneously creating new ethical risks. Algorithmic bias may result in unfair outcomes. Automated decision-making may reduce transparency, personal information may be exposed to privacy risks, and cyber security vulnerabilities may compromise municipal systems. When an AI system contributes to an administrative decision, it may become difficult to establish who should be held responsible for the outcome. This creates the possibility that accountability may be fragmented. The problem addressed by the study is therefore that although artificial intelligence presents opportunities to improve municipal governance and administrative efficiency, its adoption may introduce significant ethical, accountability, privacy, and inclusion challenges that require appropriate governance mechanisms. There is consequently a need for research that examines both sides of AI adoption, its potential contribution to improved municipal governance, and the risks that may undermine constitutional and ethical principles if AI is implemented without adequate safeguards. Well, my study, the aim of the study is to examine the opportunities, risks, and accountability challenges associated with artificial intelligence in South African municipalities, with particular emphasis on ethical governance and AI-driven decision making. My objectives are as follows, as you can see on the screen, and also the research questions are derived from the objectives. The theory that is backing up my study is the technology acceptance perspective. The technology acceptance model explains how individuals' perceptions of usefulness and ease of use influence their acceptance of technology. It is relevant because municipal employees are responsible for implementing and interacting with AI systems. If employees lack the skills or confidence to use AI, technological investments may not produce the expected governance outcomes. The literature is reviewed as follows. Studies show that AI can improve administrative efficiency, service delivery, and data management in municipalities. In 2024, BESTA found that South African rural municipalities see potential in AI for service delivery and interaction with communities. Empirical studies further identify algorithmic bias, privacy concerns, cybersecurity, digital exclusion, and inadequate skills as major risks. These risks can undermine fairness, public trust, and effective municipal governance if AI is poorly implemented. Recent research also emphasizes the need for clear governance structures, employee training, human oversight, transparency, and ethical guidelines. So let's quickly move to research design and methodology. The study will employ a qualitative research methodology. It is appropriate because the study seeks to understand the meaning, the implications, and governance dimensions associated with AI adoption rather than statistically measuring the performance systems. The study will employ a qualitative documentary research design. It will analyze existing literature and documentary evidence relating to AI rather than primary interviews or questionnaires. The study will focus on South African municipalities. The study will consider both metropolitan and rural municipal contexts where relevant to the literature. So it will use a document analysis guide, which will be used to systematically extract information from selected documents. In conclusion, AI can improve public sector efficiency and service delivery. AI governance faces challenges such as bias, privacy, and accountability. Effective governance requires regulation, skilled personnel, and human oversight. It also recommends the development of clear AI governance policies and regulations, the provision of AI training, and to strengthen institutional capacity. I would appreciate lenient questions. Thank you.
Well done, my turn. All right, let's go for questions. Lenient questions, she says. All right, are there only 2 hands? Let's take these 4. 1, 2, 3, and the lady at the back. Question number 1. Let's start with you. Okay, we can start at the back, it's all right. Remember, straight to the point.
Okay, nice presentation. Mine is not a question, but rather a comment to take into consideration, because like you, on your topic, you said South African municipalities. Are you guys like focusing on the national level based? Like when you were giving your findings, you were referring to certain municipalities, but on your topic, you are on the national level. Please try to reflect on that and specify like the focus area, to say if ever it's Polokwane, you just say Polokwane municipality rather than South Africa, because like we expect it to be at a national level, like the whole of South Africa, whereas like you selected only a few municipalities. Thank you.
Okay. Question? Noted, ne? Yeah. Next question.
Thank you so much. My name is Natasha. So the question that I have is that, and I stand to be corrected, since there are currently no legislations in South Africa that governs AI, why should it be implemented in the working space, seeing that there could be many violations against maybe human rights and so forth? Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you for your presentation. My contribution is only brief. How do you create an AI-driven system where we go to these places and we're told that the systems are always down, offline?
Oh, thank you.
Last question.
Yeah, the last question. 1, just to rubber stamp what the lady at the back said. Please, madam, try to bring it down. I saw somewhere on your methodology you said metro local. Take it easy. It's going to be difficult for you, right?
Yes.
Sharp. 2, on your title, a layman on the street. I do not know whether you are, what are you investigating? Are you investigating the roles, the contributions, the impact? You just mushroomed to say AI. Then what about it? So what I'm trying to say is that try to, it's just a contribution. Check it.
All right.
Rephrase it.
Captured?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, thank you very much. I believe the first speaker and the last speaker, they raised comments. Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. The second speaker asked about the implementation of AI, and can you please repeat?
You are running out of time.
Okay. You said something like AI should be implemented in governments and yes, the South African government has already recognized the importance of AI governance. I believe that is underway. And then with the third speaker, please let's talk during lunch. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we are going to break for lunch now. And then immediately after lunch, Mr. Matebula Masters will be taken to the podium. Everyone that has presented from Mr. Sambo, you are requested to pass by the information desk outside and talk to the ladies and gents. From Mr. Sambo to Limpopo Provincial Government Departments, South Africa. The floor is yours. I think it's on. Remember, you have 10 minutes to present, 5 for questions.
Yes. Allow me, Program Director, to proceed on the protocol that has already been observed. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mateola Tsepo. I'm a second-year master student in Human Resource Management. Let me begin by saying this is an extraction from my master's paper. I was saying this is an extraction from my master's paper. I asked myself to say, if we have 2 employees who both possesses the same qualification, and they have the same set of roles within their within their departments, why? And one of them is a person with disabilities. Are they given enough, or both? Are they given equal responsibilities to perform their task? I asked myself this question on my honors level, and then they did say that they are not really given enough. They are not given equal opportunities. So I did interrogate the matter, and then I found out that the issue, it is not about the legislation, because if we were to interrogate the legislation, it was very much clear to say that the issue of inclusion and the issue of support at the workplace is very much supported by our constitution. However, persons with disabilities continue to face discrimination and the issue of not being supported at the workplace. Hence, I came with this title to say that I'm examining the relationship between organizational trust, commitment, job satisfaction, and the performance of persons living with disabilities in selected Limpopo Provincial Department, South Africa. What really drove my interest, it was that I'm very much interested in the issue of creating
sustained government investment. Thank you.
Please raise your hand again. There she is. All right, you come after him.
Good day, ma'am. My name is Kiven Malaka. I'm a second level student doing Bachelor of Laws at the University of Limpopo. My question is with regards to governance. Don't you think the implementation of policies fails due to the fact that, or the upholdment that these officials who uphold these offices in municipalities don't know what they are doing or don't respect the realities communities face? If that's the case, what would you recommend these officials to do in order to efficiently implement these policies? Thanks.
Right, last hand. The lady at the back.
Particularly where the local municipality lacks infrastructure or financial resources to provide water.
Right, over to you, in any order.
Thank you very much for your questions. I would start by addressing the last one, right? So, when it comes to community participation, it's very much important that they do participate in their own development, because people by the people, right? So if they are not involved when making government decisions, it's going to affect them because the government will not know what they should implement or they should develop in their area because they don't know their challenges. They don't know the challenges that they go through on their daily basis. So if they do follow the IDP and hold to those community-wide meetings whereby the communities will be able to identify their needs, that will be able to strengthen their, the government's ability to deliver services, which will also give them the right, which will give the community the right to also go back to the government and say, we said we needed this and this and this. You promised to deliver on this particular day, or you promised to deliver after so how many years, but then there is no implementation, which is one of the things that leads to strikes, right? It's because communities identified their needs and the government did not deliver. So it is very much important or crucial for the community to participate so that the government should know what to implement and yeah, that. No, I was answering the last. No, I'm still answering questions. Somebody asked about the implementation of policies. Or is it the fact that the government don't know what they're doing, and what do I recommend on that? So I would not say that the government does not know what they are doing because policies are there. South Africa's frameworks and legislative, and it has a very strong legislative and regulatory frameworks and policies which are very strong, and they're stronger than most of other African nations, right? So I would not say they don't know what they're doing, because if we look at the NDP, okay, if we look at the NDP and the IDP, that is where we'll be able to identify and see that we have strong policies, but it is the people who are the problem. If you have leaders who only think about themselves and don't think about the people that they are governing, then we have a serious problem, because they will not think for the citizens. Sorry for not answering the last questions. Thank you.
If you want to answer questions longer, you must present shorter. Aha. All right. Is Miss Ligege here? Ligege V? All right. Miss Moechi MI, you are our next speaker. May we please give him a round of applause? Right. While Miss Moechi ascends the podium, if there's anyone that we left out, please give me a shout, because Miss Moechi is our last presenter. So you let me know if we forgot you, if we skipped you. Remember, 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes Q&A, or vice versa. It's okay. Ready? Okay. Over to you. Please start the timer.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Mashika Lerato Mweji, a final year LLB student at the University of Limpopo. Today, I'll be presenting a paper to you titled The Gig Economy in South Africa, Analyzing the Justice Gap for Independent Contractors in Employment Law. My presentation will include introduction and background, problem statement, research aims and objectives, research questions, literature review, recommendations and conclusions. I'll start with the introduction and background. The rapid growth of digital platforms such as Uber, Mr. D, and other freelance applications has changed how people work in South Africa. While these platforms create in the flexible income opportunities, they raise an important legal question, being that are gig economy workers truly independent contractors, or they're just employees in practice? Most gig workers are classified as independent contractors, which means they are excluded from the labor protection. Labor protections such as the protection of unfair dismissal and paid wages and their working hours. Yet these workers are controlled through algorithmic management, such as their pricing systems and the rating of their performance by their customers. Their working conditions resemble traditional employment. Therefore, this study investigates whether the South African employment law adequately protects gig economy workers and whether there is a justice gap that needs legal reform. Moving on to the problem statement, the South African labor legislation currently recognizes only two categories, being employees and independent contractors. Digital platforms classify their work as independent contractors, irregardless of their control that the work that they perform. As a result, many gig workers who perform work that is similarly to employees receive none of the labor protection have. This creates uncertainty regarding fairness, workers' rights, and legal protection within the digital economy. Therefore, this study raises a question of whether the current legal framework remains suitable for modern platform-based work. Moving on to the aims and objectives. This research aims to evaluate whether the South African employment law adequately protects gig economy workers and whether there is a legal reform necessary for the justice gap that prevails. The objectives include evaluating the legal classification of gig economy workers under the South African employment law. They further analyze to an extent in which platform-based work exhibits characteristics of employment relationship. There is then a comparative analysis of the South African's legal approach to gig worker protection with the developments that are made in the United Kingdom. It finally recommends potential legal reforms that could improve labor protections for gig economy workers in South Africa. Moving to research questions. The research questions are as follows. How are gig economy workers currently classified under the South African labor law, South African employment law? And to what extent do the working conditions of gig economy workers reflect characteristics of traditionally associated employment relationships? And how does the United Kingdom regulate and protect gig economy workers compared to South Africa? And lastly, what legal reforms are necessary to address the justice gap that is experienced by gig economy workers in South Africa? Moving on to the literature review. Existing literature shows that digital labor platforms have bled out the traditional distinction between self-employment and employment. We have scholars that have argued, which are scholars such as K. Abita, in an article that they wrote in 2026, titled The Future of Labor Rights in the Gig Economy, Beyond Contracted Classification. And the scholars have argued that algorithm management creates relationships that closely resemble employment despite their contractual wording. The South African labor legislation mainly protects employees, which leaves gig economy workers outside the scope of labor protection. The United Kingdom has adopted a more flexible approach by recognizing an intermediate worker category, particularly following the Uber BV versus Aslam case law, which provides a greater protection for platform workers. It has then been argued by different scholars, namely A.J. Shepherd in an article that he wrote in 2025 titled Gig Economy Workers' Rights, Legal Classification and Social Protection in Digital Labor Markets. And another one, namely, another author, namely, would be Teken Emrula, in an article that he wrote in 2026 titled Algorithmic Management and Social Sustainability of Employment Relations, Representationless Governance in Platform Career Labor, of which they argued that the traditional distinction between employees and independent contractors is no longer adequate for regulating platform work, simply because many gig workers depend on digital platforms despite their contractual classification. This literature further suggests that legal reform is necessary in order to balance flexibility with fairness by extending appropriate labor protections to gig workers while they are recognizing the unique nature of platform-based work. We then move to the research methodology. This study employs a qualitative doctrinal research methodology simply because it is best suited to evaluate whether South African employment law adequately protects gig economy workers classified as independent contractors. And it further analyzes the South African labor legislation, relevant case laws, and legal principles which relate to the employment status within the gig economy. It uses primary sources such as the Labor Relations Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, National Minimum Wages Act, and etc., also supported by secondary sources such as academic labor rights. The study does not involve an empirical research such as surveys or interview. It mainly focuses on legal interpretation, and it critically analyzes the existing laws and judicial decisions. Recommendations and conclusion. Study finds that the South African employment law does not adequately reflect the realities of platform work. Gig workers remain economically dependent on digital platforms while they lack important labor protections. The study then recommends introducing an intermediate worker classification, which is similar to the approach of the United Kingdom. It further recommends extending core labor rights to gig workers and developing statutory guidelines for determining employment status in platform work. This study, the study's recommendations are motivated by the Taylor Review of Modern Working in 2017 in the United Kingdom, whereby its main purpose was to examine the employment status and workers' rights and also the relationship between employees and workers. They also examined the challenges that are experienced by gig economy workers. Ultimately, labor law must evolve alongside technological innovation in order to ensure that flexibility is balanced with fairness and ensure that the workers have their workers' rights and their dignity remained. And as I conclude, platform work continues to reshape employment. Therefore, the challenge is no longer whether the government or the law should adapt, but the challenge is how quickly can it adapt in order to be effective to ensure that every worker has justice. And I thank you.
Right, questions? Only these two oh, there's a hand right at the back. 1, 2, 3. Let's start in front this time. Please make sure your questions are brief.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. My question is one. What did you find when you were, I remember you asked the question, right? what is the literature saying on your first research question? Gig economy, I understand, it contributes billions, if not millions, of US dollars in the United States. I wrote a paper on harnessing talent economy. So I wanted to check, what did you find in terms of literature regarding your first research question?
Okay, first question, second.
Thank you very much. My name is Paswan Mpahlele. My question is, you appear to do a lot of comparison analysis in your presentation. Did you by any chance compare the different sectors of that economy and or literature that otherwise differs with your standpoint? Because you seem to have only analyzed literature that agrees with your standpoint in the presentation. That is what I'm trying to check. Thanks.
Okay, question 2 captured. Question 3.
I am Bupilo Mutula. Again, my question is as follows. To what extent do digital platforms like Uber, just like your example, create a gap between technical innovation and the government's capacity to regulate labor and taxation? Thank you.
All right, over to you, ma'am.
I don't think I follow quite well on the last question. Can you please repeat?
To what extent do digital platforms like Uber create a gap between technical innovation and the government's capacity to regulate labor and taxation?
Okay, thank you. Starting with the first question, if I follow quite well, you asked with regards to my first research question, right? Under the South African labor law or employment law, gig economy workers, not all of them, but most of them are classified as independent contractors. I don't know if you answered. Thank you. And the second question, can you kindly repeat your question? Thank you.
You can repeat your question. I think she'll hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I have checked on other views than the one that I'm having as a standpoint, and I still stand that there's still a justice gap that needs to be reformed, because looking at the unemployment rate of South Africa, like you said, I should compare the economy of both countries. I think the law developing a new legislative framework would make justice to the employment rate and other factors. And I have actually compared with others, and because of time and because this is just a presentation and not the entire paper, I couldn't accommodate everything. And thank you.
Did you answer all the questions? Sorry? Did you answer all of them?
No, the last question.
Last one.
I don't have an answer to that because my paper is not related anyhow to taxation. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, may we clap hands for bundle of brains, bundle of brains. All right, as a wrap up, is Mutlompere Stati here? May we call upon Professor Stati to come and close off the program. From me, thank you very much. You're a beautiful audience. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I will see you later. Prof Stati. Mutlompere Stati we. All right, on behalf of Professor, I'm just joking. Moetapele Setati. Right, Prof is coming. We're not done yet. He will tell us when we are done. Am I hearing? Yeah, let's welcome them in here. How many millions they're giving us?
Is this thing on? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you this afternoon? Aye. All is well with my soul. I'm not sure about the mind, but the soul is well. Ne? My name is Ndiko Kele Kweza. I come from FNB, Private Core Banking. Ne? Okay. So I know that it has been a long day and everything. I won't take much of your time. Ne? But the reason why I just requested to stand in front of you is because that you guys are my target audience when it comes to private banking. Okay, no, that is always an assumption to say that private banking is all about people that are earning a lot of money. Ne? No, it's not about that. It's all about us helping you guys to create wealth. It's us being with you each and every step of the way. Hence, we are here today because our value propositions, it starts from a final year student. We're saying we need to hold your hand. From a final year student, we grow with you to create your wealth. When you preserve your wealth at a later stage, when you are a professional now, because we start with graduates, young professionals, and then professionals, we carry with that journey up until when you go to retirement. Ne? So, and our primary focus from my side, because when we say private banking, like guys, you assumed it says you need to be earning money. Basically, us as a bank, we say 32,500. And believe me, a final year student cannot have that. Some of them cannot have. So hence we said, I represent private banking and wealth management at First Rand. So, which means I look after the FNB private banking space and also the RMB private banking space. So, you guys, for you, I will talk RMB, young professional. RMB, young professional, which means you don't need to be earning that 32,500 for you to be able to get the value proposition of RMB, young professional, at a lower monthly account fee. A normal RMB account will cost you about 650 per month. You get all those benefits of a wealthy person and all of that. And we're saying for the young professionals, we cut that in half. As long as you are younger than the age of 30 years, that's the first one. You are in your final year studies or you are a graduate. That's the second one. We're looking at certain professions. We're looking at accountancy. We're looking at law. We're looking at medicine. We're looking at engineering. We're looking at computer science. So those are the professions that we currently target with the RMB Young Professional Value Proposition. And those things, they come with that card, that metallic card that it doesn't bend. Even if it falls, it clicks, the card is metal. On top of that, we all know that young professionals, sometimes they are freshly out of school, they are still starting out. We're saying we'll start the journey with you. Sometimes we will want some credit facilities here and there. We want a car that we're gonna move around, and then you go to the bank says, you don't have any credit history, so we cannot borrow you money. But with our young professional VP, we're saying, because we've got a sister company that is West Bank, we've got an agreement with West Bank to say, West Bank, please give this graduate, this young professional, the car that they can afford. Don't look at their credit history. Give them the car that they can afford, and do not even look at interest rate. Give them at prime lending rate. Give them at prime lending rate. On top of that, to start your credit journey, we're saying that should you be able to afford, we can give you a credit card limit of 30,000 just to start your credit journey, along with an overdraft limit of 20,000. So guys, all these, they are at prime interest. We're not saying the interest will be personalized. No, it's prime lending rate, and also we do not do that credit background. If ever you never had any credit checks, fair and square, unless you had a credit before and you messed it up, we'll work with you to fix your credit, then we'll be able to work the journey with you. I think that is just in summary what I needed to converse with you. But going forward, I will set up with Prof here in terms of formal sessions. I'm keen to come into the university, sit with you guys here, and let's talk about how we can go forward in terms of us making sure that we create that wealth for you. Thank you for your time. Okay, Prof is putting me on the spot here and saying, what do I have for today? To be honest with you, Prof, I do not have what I had hoped that I would have. Ne? But I asked the guys from the region here to say, how about we collate some gift hampers for, I know that you guys will be awarding ceremonies, right? So for the people that will be winning in each category, we'll just give them just a small token of appreciation to say thank you for allowing us to be here. That is all that I have. Going forward, I always come bearing gifts. Ne? So when I do come with the RMB guys and the VP, believe me, they are even willing to host a gala dinner for RMB young professionals. Yes, they are willing. Yes. It's a Rand Merchant Bank, ne? Yes. Okay. No, it's Rand Merchant Bank. It's for the VP, the young professionals. Ne? Mm. Mm. Yes, they are. Ne? So we've got graduates on other fields, and then on this specific, it's young professionals. Remember, it's two separate banks. Ne? So it's RMB and FNB. FNB has got graduate VP. It also has the same benefits, but it's across all the board. Ne? But this one specifically for RMB, for those, because this field, they will need specialized bending. Like your lawyers, sometimes you see that they are running a practice here, and then they have employment here and there. So, no. Then, no.
Thank you very much. We'll meet during our dinner. Thank you. Let me be given this opportunity to officially close our faculty research week or days. Program director and other program directors for the past 2 days, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. J. Mabelebele, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Partnership, Prof. Maralies van Staden, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching Learning, Prof. R.N. Madaje, Executive Dean, Prof. O.S. Sibanda, and other Executive Deans, Executive Director, Marketing, Mr. Victor Homeswana, members of University Management, the directors of our schools, our research professors who came during our days, Director, Research Development and Management, Dr. Mabila, our distinguished guest speakers, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, Justice Dustin Mlambo, Her Royal Highness Queen Neo Mupedi, Honorable Judge President Justice M.G. Paduri, Honorable Judges and members of the Judiciary, our valued sponsors FNB and Old Mutual, members of the Faculty Research Day Committee, our adjudicators, program directors, session chairs, academic and support staff, our postgraduate and undergraduate students, important guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is my great privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of our 11th Faculty of Management and Law Research Day. Let me begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to University Management, led by our Vice Chancellor, Dr. J. Mabelebele, together with our Deputy Vice Chancellors and members of the University Executive. Your presence and continued support demonstrate the importance that the university places on research, innovation, postgraduate development, and knowledge creation. Our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Partnership, Prof. Maralies van Staden, who came to grace this particular event, and Deputy Vice Chancellor, Teaching and Learning Prof. R.N. Madaji. Thank you for your leadership and continued support of our research and academic agenda. To our Executive Dean, the Lion, Prof. O.S. Sibanda, thank you for your leadership and commitment to strengthening research, innovation, and postgraduate development within the faculty. To Mr. Homeswana, Executive Director, Marketing, and the entire marketing team, we extend our special appreciation. By the way, we have started with him on Friday. Thank you for ensuring that this research day was properly communicated, promoted, and supported, and for helping us showcase the excellent research being undertaken by our students under the leadership of their supervisors. To our directors of school, we have 4 schools. Director, Advocate Rapaza, School of Law, Director, Prof. Mukwena, Tefliop Graduate School of Leadership, our Director, Dade Mjambisi, School of Accountancy, and our Director, Professor Koma, with the acting Director, Professor Mukweli. And also our research professors who attended the event, Dr. Mavila, Director, Research Development and Management. Thank you for your leadership, guidance, and continued support in advancing the university research agenda. To our distinguished guests, particularly the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, Justice Dustin Mulambo, the Honorable Judge President, Justice M.G. Padudi, all the Honorable Judges and members of the judiciary, and Her Royal Highness, Her Majesty Queen Neo Mopedi, we are deeply honored by your presence during the second day of the first and the second day of our research day. Thank you for sharing your time, wisdom, and experience with our academic community and students. To all our distinguished guest speakers, thank you for enriching our program with your knowledge, insight, and perspective. I remember Her Majesty Queen Mupedi saying that you are leaders of today. Our sponsors, I would like to place on record university and the private sector. University and the private sector in supporting young researchers and investing in the development of future leaders. To both FNB and All Mutual, we say thank you for partnering with us. Thank you for investing in our students, and thank you for investing in the future. We sincerely value your partnership and hope that this relationship will continue to grow, more especially to the 12th Faculty of Management and Law Research Day. Appreciation to our adjudicators. These are the people who are going to prove us during the gala dinner that who is the winner, who is serious about the research. But as we all know, we are all the winners. I would also like to express our special appreciation to our adjudicators. Evaluating research presentations require expertise, objectively, time and were committed. All of them, they were in this room and in the other room. Thank you for assessing our students fairly and professionally, and for providing valuable feedback that will help them strengthen their research. Your contribution gives credibility to our awards and ensure that excellence is properly recognized. Our students and researchers. To our students and researchers, congratulations. You are the heart of this research day. Your presentation have demonstrated courage, commitment, and intellectual curiosity. We encourage you not to stop here. Publish your research, share your findings, collaborate, engage with society, and turn your knowledge into impact. To those who will receive awards during gala dinner, we congratulate you in advance. Mind you, this year we have started with awards for each school first. Each school will have their own first at honors and undergraduate. We are going to have number 1, 2, 3 for undergraduate, 3 categories. Then masters in one school and doctoral in one school. We have 4 schools, but unfortunately, TGSL does not have doctoral students. Therefore, because of number of students, we had to combine student in accounting director with a student in SEM so that they compete together. And then law is a standalone. SEM accounting together, law standalone. Meaning we are going to have 1, 2, 3 from SEM and accounting, 1, 2, 3 from law. Then masters, same. We have accountancy, SEM, TGSL, and law. 1, 2, 3 for all 4 in the master's category. And then 3 also in the undergraduate honors category. Accounting standing on its own, SEM standing on its own, SOL standing on its own. TGSL is in the middle. They only have masters, but they're also going to stand on that. And then all those people, after having the results, we are going to have the overall result for masters. The overall is for the whole faculty. For honors, undergraduate, masters, and doctoral. Then this will have 3 people who are the overall for the faculty. And I can tell you that we are going to enjoy there. Faculty Research Day Committee. A special word of appreciation goes to the Faculty Research Day Committee. These people have started with organization last year, where they brought the themes of the conference. Like this year, they're going to sit immediately after here and start to plan for the research day next year. Organizing an event of this magnitude requires considerable planning, coordination, teamwork, and sacrifice. Thank you for your dedication, commitment, and hard work. We also thank our administrative staff, technical teams, the hotel, hospitality, and venue that we are given by the hotel, the transport and the drivers, media, and all other support personnel who worked behind the scenes to make this event possible. To iBlock, you have made it possible because you have been coordinating throughout gala dinner and awards. Ladies and gentlemen, our Research Day celebration do not end here. We are going to go Fifi now. We are delighted to invite you to our gala dinner where we will celebrate the achievement of our researchers and present awards to our winning students. Tonight will be an opportunity to recognize excellence, celebrate hard work, and honor those students who have distinguished themselves through the quality of their research presentation. We therefore encourage our guests, academics, students, and partners to join us for what promises to be a memorable evening of celebration, recognition, and fellowship. To our winning students, tonight is your moment, and we look forward to celebrating your achievement with you. And the Executive Dean, the Lion, O.S. Sibanda, has encouraged the DJ to play Smolanyana Gofifi, the Magombo, Manyalo, and I believe that we'll have an angle with the Baigi. As we conclude, let us remember that research does not end when the presentation ends. It continues through publication, collaboration, implementation, and impact. Let us leave the Research Day with renewed commitment to building a stronger research culture and ensuring that the knowledge we generate contributes to our communities, our province, our country, and the world. Once again, on behalf of the Faculty of Management and Law, I sincerely thank our Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University Management, Directors of School, Research Professors, Dr. Mabila, our distinguished guest, the Judiciary, Her Royal Highness, Queen Mupedi, our guest speakers, both of them, FNB Old Mutual, our adjudicators, the Faculty Research Day Committee, academic support staff, supervisors, and most importantly, our student and researchers. Thank you for believing in our students. Thank you for believing in research. And thank you to FNB and Old Mutual for investing in our future. I thank you to everyone, and thank you to everyone who has contributed to making the 11th Faculty of Management Law Research Day a success. We look forward to seeing you all at the gala dinner, where we'll celebrate and honor our winning student. We are going to celebrate, dance, jive, and do all. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a safe journey home after the gala dinner.